Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Hawk Blogger Mornings. I am Brian Nimhauser. You can find everything that we're doing now this week, forever longer, on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, at Hawk Blogger, and Apple Podcasts and Spotify, where you've all helped us make this the #1 Seahawks podcast in the world.
You're really all those places.
Yes.
I thought you were just on YouTube. So like look at me. I don't know.
It's everywhere.
Okay.
It coincides specifically with when, you joined the show. It just turbo boosted everything.
We had to go global.
We did.
You probably were already global though,
Yes.
actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're very big in Brazil and
Really?
okay.
Portuguese.
Brazil and Portuguese is big. But Matt, we're already off to a great start. It's a Tuesday.
Dude, we're at the Super Bowl.
We're at the Super Bowl.
You're at the Super Bowl. There was a time when you weren't sure if you were going to be here.
I didn't know. I got denied initially. They were like, "No, sorry, you're not good enough."
It was a Tuesday morning,
Yeah.
and I said, "Oh, Super Bowl," and you were like, I don't know if you were glossy-eyed. You were crushed.
I was upset.
You were crushed. And I was like, I was cheerleading. I was like, "Hey, man, give it time. Keep on fighting."
Kick
the door down.
I'm rocking the PNW hat. I'm a big PNW. I love underdogs in general. It's part of what I love about this. And I'm like the little guy here, right? In stature and in size.
Not in sign though. You got one of the bigger signs actually.
It's like one of those guys that has the
Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the
Yes.
Patriots are the only signs that are the same size as your sign, I would say.
Well, those guys that drive the very big pickup trucks.
Yeah.
There's a little overcompensation maybe happening with my sign back here. I'm not gonna lie.
Lord Farquaad.
But no, I'll tell you, they got the little guy this time. Yesterday, I was like, oh man, they just had the Wi-Fi super slow. I'm gonna check out the Ethernet, and they're like, oh yeah, it's $1,100. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's nothing for ESPN. That's like a big deal. I was like, nah. Well, today they lowered the Wi-Fi speed even more. So the little guy doled it out because I could not risk that you and I would not have crystal clear quality.
Well, let's give people what they can't get anywhere else. What are we talking about?
Well,
today?
so talking about credentials, you were telling me before we were on air.
I just had a little bit of drama with I had a little
ever.
drama with my credential right now.
Yeah.
Which, I love the fact that it's so secure and it's high tech and whatever. But like, even when I was the starting quarterback in the Super Bowl, I remember coming through Radio Row. I'm walking through with like the biggest entourage ever in Detroit. Like I was Eminem or something. I'm in a sweatsuit, probably came from practice or meetings. I didn't have a credential. I was the quarterback in the game, and the security wouldn't let me through. And I was literally like, look, that banner right there, like that's me. And they were like, eh. And it was only because Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms were walking out of the convention center. They were like, hey, he's good. Like, let him through. But security, they were like, you need to see the credential, man. So we've come a long way, but I'm not sure it's ever been smooth. And it's certainly not still smooth. And but you're here. I'm excited.
We're here.
And I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the Seahawks fans too, because they get to hear from you in a way that I don't think anyone else is really reporting. There's some great reporting on the Seahawks. John Boyle does a great job with Seahawks.com. Like, there's a lot of great people that cover it, but you're an important part of it. And I think the team feels that way too. And I think I told you also that, I'm celebrating in the locker room with the NFC after the NFC Championship game, and players and their families, their parents, like, I don't want to speak out of school, but Gray Zabel's dad said, first thing he says to me, he's like, I got to tell you, you and Hawk Blogger, you're going to need to send him a message for me. Everyone in South Dakota loves that show. And I was like, that's so great to hear, man. That's awesome.
I gotta meet the Zabels and the Sundells and all those folks.
Sundell. I love seeing Sundell run when he pulls and stuff. So I see that 61. He's athletic.
Yes.
And he just reminds me of Toback, a taller version of Toback, but very athletic. And it's cool to see the numbers 76, 61. Some of the numbers like staying alive in a sense.
So there's so many places I could take this with you, and there's no way we'll get to all of it. But I just got to know, man, like, just on the human level, you've gone through this as a player. You've gone through this, as a player's playing, a player on the side. You've gone through it as an analyst. Does it stir anything for you coming back to these things at all?
There's two things. There's the Super Bowl, the game.
Yeah.
and then there's the week of the Super Bowl, and they're like two totally different things.
Yeah.
It's like a totally different life experience. People talk to me about Detroit, and like I wasn't there. I have no idea. You know, people are like, "Oh, dude, I was at this party, and your brother put Mike Tyson in a headlock, and he was trying to rub off his tattoo, and he's like, is that thing real? Is that thing real?" I was like, "What? That really happened?" Like, I was in bed at like 9:45 every night. Like, that did not happen. And then it's like, yeah, that happened, dude. They're tight. You know, your brother and Mike Tyson, they're good. Like, I was nervous, but now they're good. I'm like, what? Like, that wasn't my experience. So I think in a similar way, you know, the teams are down in San Jose. As you know, it's not close, and they're living their life. And they're practicing at Stanford and wherever they're practicing, and we're up here in San Fran, and it's radio, it's media, it's parties, it's appearances, it's people watching, you know, it's all the stuff, you know, pushing products and causes,
yes.
which is kind of what I'm doing today, you know, so it's a whole nother experience. It's very different than being a player.
Yeah. And I mean, I kind of figured it would be a whirlwind. And so I'm not getting much time to dig in. I did most of my digging into this matchup last week and feel like I have a decent feel for it. But this week's just about talking about it and hearing other people's thoughts on it.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, like,
well, it's cool for me because Annabelle, who does, you know, the
Sports Spectrum.
Well, she does Sports Spectrum. So she does, but she does Seahawks Collective with you guys.
Yes.
And I've been like dialed to that show and always talking to her Seahawks. And she knows the Seahawks really well.
She does. She really does.
She also has been hosting Foxborough Rush at Nesson, you know, basically since Vrabel got hot, even Gerard Mayo time. And so she knows that team. So here are the two teams. And then every year she comes for Sports Spectrum, which is the intersection of sports and faith. And like last year she was interviewing Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and like all the people. And then this year, like, I think like you asked like what it's like for me, my game day is watching NFL Network last night and watching Annabelle ask Mike Vrabel 2 questions and Mike McDonald 2 questions. And all the different players. It's just like, and there she is, and she knows her stuff. And so like as a dad, I would just tell you, I was less nervous playing in the Super Bowl than I am watching my daughter ask questions. And all the Seahawks people are like texting me videos, like the PR people are like, oh my gosh, look at her. You know, we remember when she was our intern, and, you know, and I'm like, well, I remember when she was a junior Seagal, you know, like, so it's cool to be here and watch her kind of do her thing. And she's at the Patriots team hotel right now.
Yeah.
In her, like, I don't know what it's called, sequence green top. I'm like, I'm not sure you really want to go like full Seahawks colors at the Patriots hotel, but it's in her blood a little bit. So yeah,
it is. I love that about her. I saw her last night at the media day or whatever it's called.
Opening night.
Right. And boy, she looks spent, man. She looked like so spent. This is after the Patriots had gone, and she was like walking like a zombie. She's like, I'm gonna stand next to where McDonald's, and I was like, why don't you go get a bottle of water? And she's like, what time is it? And I'm like, you got time.
Like, when I saw her, she looked like pretty with it late last night, but we went to bed well after midnight, and like we're sharing a room last night or 2 nights ago, and she got up at like, I want to say 5 to go for a run and all this. I'm like, what? When are you sleeping right now? This is crazy. But no, that's part of the Super Bowl too, is you got to pace yourself. It's 2 weeks of prep and late nights, early mornings. A lot of standing around in the media world too, and just waiting for someone to say something good or something stupid or injury news to break, all that stuff.
Yeah, last family thing. Well, I can't promise that, but last planned family thing. So my son actually is here this week with me. He's my producer.
That's good.
And he's sleeping in today instead of doing his job, but that's all right. He'll get up here.
Slacker.
But he's going to the opening night last night, and he was so nervous about like, well, I don't really feel like I belong here. You got me in. Like, I shouldn't be asking questions. Like, do you realize how many people that are here got in because of a connection or relationship they've got? Like, if you got a question, ask it. And by the end of the night, he was asking questions of Ernest Jones and Derek Hall, and it was great. And the funniest thing here, I gave him a mic and I had a mic, and I set him up. We went our separate ways. I had this amazing, like 15 to 20 minute conversation one-on-one with Justin Outen. He's over in the corner. Nobody's talking to him. First time I've had a chance to meet him. And we talked about the fact that he used to be a special ed teacher. We talked about the fact he's got a kid that's got autism. I've got a kid that's got autism. Talked about the fact of how teaching special education students can translate the things you learn to how to be a better coach and translate complicated concepts to people. And we went all over the place, man. I was so excited to share that interview with people. I didn't set up my mic right. The whole thing didn't tape. So I got this whole night of Isaac walking around, basically having nonsensical conversations.
So you had the rookie mistake.
I had the rookie mistake.
And your son,
yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, good thing you brought him.
Yes.
Hey, he's allowed to sleep in.
He is.
He saved the day.
He is. So, but
he's essentially Nick Foles in this situation. You know?
I'm going to start giving him the better interviews because clearly I don't know what I'm doing. But, getting back to the game, man, and I find this really a fascinating matchup on a lot of levels. And I've kind of zeroed in on Drake May's legs and the Seahawks, like the interior trench battle, both with the Seahawks defensive tackles and the Patriots. Like that's where my head is in this game. Where, when you boil it down, where do you think like the key thing?
Well, you follow the money a little bit, right? Like what the Patriots do this year, they invested all their free agent money on the defensive side of the ball. The highest paid player in their team is Milton Williams. Christian Barmore was the guy they were most excited about that missed all of last year because of health issues. But when Milton Williams plays and when Christian Barmore plays, everybody else on that defense plays well. And they feel very confident in their corners, Christian Gonzalez and Carlton Davis III. Like, hey, you want to be one-on-one, you're good. Your safeties, you're allowed to get nosy, that old school Patriot style. But just imagine, to put it in Seahawk terms, if Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams weren't in there. That's what it's like for the Patriots when Milton Williams and Christian Barmore aren't in there. And Milton Williams missed a good part of the season with injury. And Robert Spillane, the middle linebacker, wearing Steve Grogan's number 14, who came from the Raiders.
But is he wearing the neck roll?
Well, he probably should be.
Yeah.
It's a good look, I would say. But when Milton Williams hasn't been in there, the Patriots look so different. They're a completely different team. And the thing I could best equate it to for Seahawk fans is go listen to Mike McDonald talk about Byron Murphy and the impact that Byron Murphy has. Stuff you don't necessarily notice. That's what Milton Williams has. And now also Harold Landry, they're kind of their DeMarcus Lawrence. He's missed some time. So this team, the Patriots, I think they're a really good team. They're a really underrated team. People don't watch them. They just watch the stats and they say, oh, this and that. There's reasons for the times when they haven't been dominant, in my mind. They're also not deep at all. They have no depth. They're a team that flushed out all the old people. They got rid of everyone that was ever a captain on their team. Like they said, hey, we're resetting this thing. We want to be good in a few years. And it's crazy that they're in the Super Bowl this year. But no, I think that they're a dangerous team. Yeah. They're a dangerous team. And I'm not worried that the Seahawks are taking them lightly or anything like that. But I do feel like the Patriots feel like this is a winnable game for them.
Of course it is.
And it's funny because people with headsets on talking about it, you're not hearing them say that. You're just not. But it's and again, it's the trick plays. I know they have them. I know they're practicing them. I know they're just sitting there, and I know how they talk. Can't take this into the offseason. Does us no good. And so sometimes it's kind of like, man, that doesn't really count. Yes, it does. So, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally when you're a good team, a really good team, and I think anybody that tries to say the Patriots are anything but a really good team, they're just talking and they haven't actually paid attention.
Yeah.
So if you know you're a really good team and everybody is basically saying you're not the best team in this game, you're not expected to win, that's a pretty good position to be in. Like, I have to imagine that just having that, like, all right, like that little bit of edge of like, we have something to prove beyond what normal. I think like I said earlier, I'm an underdog lover. Like I can get behind that mentality.
2 hours last night, those guys are sitting up answering the same repeat. That's the drain of sitting at the podium and answering questions. People pop around. So be like, hey, how's it feel to be an underdog? Like, oh, it's no big deal, whatever, block out the outside noise, like whatever, cliche. And then 5 minutes later, how's it feel to be the underdog? And then 5 minutes later, how's it feel to be the underdog? After a while, you just saw the look on the face. You saw Christian Gonzalez, who, might be one of the best corners in the game. He was like, all right, I see what's going on here. I see how you feel about me. And for the most part, guys in the NFL at some point in their life were doubted. And that's why that resonates. It pushes a button. Oh, I remember when my high school coach doubted me. I remember when my math teacher doubted me. I remember when my neighborhood doubted me. I remember when my college coach doubted me. I remember when I was skipped over in the draft for like that dude and that dude and that dude. Like it pushes a button.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you got a collective of 11 guys, maybe 70 guys who you're pushing their button. And you got a guy like Mike Vrabel who, he was not, when I played against him a lot, he was not going to the Pro Bowl every year.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, you guys are just team defense. Oh, it's just Bill Belichick. You guys are just, okay. And it's just, you cheat or like whatever the thing, like that. It's a button that pushes with those guys. And it's a rallying cry. It's a real deal. There's no doubt that's going to be talked about when the cameras aren't on.
Oh yeah. The Seahawks don't have to say a thing in terms of bulletin board material. The bulletin board's full.
Yeah,
it's full. And
it's also a little bit like they do a nice job of doing the Mike McDonald, like we did not care. Like if for some crazy reason the Patriots are able to do it, like in the media after, like, did it bother you that the media doubted you? I do think they might publicly say, no, we didn't care. But I'm just telling you how the real talk inside the locker room, it's mentioned.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at a game that's, I think, a relatively close matchup, even if I think it is generally clear the Seahawks are a better overall team. Tell me if you feel differently. Is that you're looking for little edges, and now Clint Kubiak has been hired, and that's now essentially been confirmed by John Schneider saying it out loud last night, but that he's going to be the head coach of the Raiders. And I absolutely believe Clint Kubiak's fully focused on this. But there's also the human element. Like, he knows his family's moving. He knows he's going to have to assemble a staff. Does he have a quiet conversation with John Benton at all this week? Does he have a quiet conversation with Andrew Janocko? Like, he's figuring out, like, is there even like a 1% of him that's not where it would be if he didn't have that ahead?
Yeah, it has to be.
You have to think so, right?
You might know better than me. Wasn't Dan Quinn hired as the Falcons coach? Didn't he know he was going to be the Falcons coach before the Seahawks season was over?
That was,
or was it Gus Bradley?
That was the 2014 season.
Whether it was announced or not, I think Dan
Quinn
knew.
Yeah,
he was the head coach somewhere.
Yeah,
and what happens is, like, it's musical chairs. The other 9 head coaching spots are filled. There's 21 new offensive coordinators in the NFL this year, which is crazy. So it's musical chairs. You need to fill your staff. So to think that you're not having conversations or at least fielding a gazillion calls, imagine LinkedIn, because coaches don't use LinkedIn. Imagine LinkedIn, but it's just your cell phone being text messages from everybody who knows somebody that is looking to get on your staff. That's a desirable thing. Go with Clint to Las Vegas, with Fernando, with Brock Bowers, with Max Crosby. It's an iconic franchise. Like, he's fielding those calls. So he either needs to get a new cell phone, or you got to take the call from your best friends and be like, hey, I got a guy, I got a strength coach. Hey, I got an athletic trainer. Hey, I got a quality control guy. Hey, I got a linebackers coach. It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
So I mean, you go into this game and you look at what Clint Kubiak did in the NFC Championship, which, for my money, if it's not the best game he's called with the Seahawks, it's in the conversation.
It was great. It was awesome.
What do you look at for him and for this offense to do to kind of? I think you gotta hope that their difference against the Patriots offense is where you win this game. Like,
well, they've been so committed to the run, and like you hear Mike Vrabel talk about it, like he's like, they're committed to the run. And Vrabel loves people who are committed to the run. He respects it. And he'll even say things like, even though it's not working, they stay committed to it. And so, like, you don't need to commit to it anymore. You already did the work. You're forcing them to honor it in this style of offense that he brought, the Shanahan offense, so to speak, the Mike Shanahan offense. It's the whole thing is, predicated on you honoring the run. And actually, we are pretty good at certain runs right now, and so I don't know. Part of me thinks that if he's been doing interviews, like let's just say the Las Vegas interview job. Well, our best player is Brock Bowers. How are you going to get Brock involved? Whether you know it consciously or not, you're thinking about all the tight end stuff. And I actually think that the Seahawks have very talented tight ends that are just scratching the surface of what they're going to be. And A.J. Barner, I put him in that category. There's a couple other guys that, They're not maybe as good at AJ at everything, but they're maybe just as good or better at other things. I think this could be a tight end game. I mean, I
love that.
I really for Clint, and because like, when have we said, what game this year have we been like, oh, we're just going to really feature the tight ends, like here and there, but no, that's what I would expect.
I was talking to the great Lindsay Rhodes yesterday, who gave AJ Barner a second team All Pro vote. And we were talking about like, she was like, if George Kittle had played a lot, that'd be different, all these other things. Well, I kind of wonder in these Super Bowls, like stars are made, like legends kind of happen. And AJ to me is just personality wise, makeup wise, he is destined to be a big personality and a big part of this league for a while. He's one. Is there anyone else that you think could be ready to step into that?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, even the NFC Championship game, like who thought Derrik Young and Bobo? Who thought those guys were going to be the guys that made the 2 plays that changed the game? Who thought that? Or even in training camp, there was people that we probably wrote off to even make the team that have had great years. Like I'll mention one that everyone in the all Patriots land comes up to me and they want to talk about Brady Russell. And it's just like I'm like, yeah, Brady Russell's great. Like, no, you don't understand. Like you see his haircut, you see like they're like enthralled with Brady Russell. But like I remember when Brady Russell was thinking like, oh, they drafted Rob Utes, like he's not gonna make the team. Like and here he's found a way, and you hear Mike McDonald talk about Brady Russell and the impact he's had on teams and the leadership he's had on teams. And I'm sure the leadership he's had with the rookie fullback and with the tight end room and just the versatility and the toughness. But going back to Barner, the barnyard is not nothing. And to think that the barnyard play isn't going to have an impact one way or the other in this game, like it's going to.
Yeah.
It's going to.
Yeah.
And I also, going back to the Patriots thing, you practice all season long, the whole call sheet. And there's this little section, and it's like maybe 6 plays. And they're trick plays. And maybe they're not flea flickers and whatever, but I got to believe that there's a fake barnyard, for lack of a better word.
Oh, sure.
And Clint Kubiak isn't taking this to the 2027 Seahawks. So he's like, hey, I love this play. It's getting called. And sometimes you go into a game and with your highlighter and you're like, whatever happens tonight, whatever happens in this game, let's not leave here without calling this play. And I think, to your point, AJ Barner, the personality, the leadership in the locker room, the edge that he brings, I think the Seahawks would love to honor that in this game.
We're talking about Hasselbeck, Ring of Honor member, best 50 player, one of the best 50 players of all time for the franchise. And fourth down is become a huge part of football.
It's like third down.
It is, right? I find this.
We need a market correction on this, by the way, because whatever formula you're putting into this, you're not putting enough data in.
Say more. What do you think's missing?
I'll just go back to a game I was with the Colts. We're playing Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And the sheet said for Jacksonville, what'd the sheet say? The sheet said for Jacksonville, go for it. They should have kicked the field goal opening drive. Their quarterback, maybe it was like a Blake Bortles dude. He comes in and it was like, it said go for it. 4th and 3, 4th and 2. But like you don't, the numbers don't know the situation. This is a frustrated fan base that's frustrated with their head coach, their GM, and they have given up on their quarterback. If we stop them on this 4th down, this whole place is going to boo them, and they're going to the beach in the second quarter. And then there's no home field advantage for you the rest of the day. Like, that's the situation.
Mm-hmm.
We all know it.
Yep.
I don't know if the numbers know it.
Yep.
And yet, if you come down there and there's good drive, you had a great drive, he was maybe 8 for 8, whatever, and you kick a field goal, it's like, all right, hey, we got something, young QB, we're with you, and sure enough, they go for it on 4th and 3. We stop them. Boo! All this stuff. And I'm sitting there, and our assistant head coach looks at me, and he was like, "Analytics doesn't know this fan base." And I was like, "Yeah, they don't, and they don't know the history, and they don't know So I just think there needs to be a major human element with the Moneyball mindset.
I think. Well, that's. I think that's certainly going to be a debate that continues to rage on, and then. We could do a whole show and conversation about 3rd down. And I mean, Mike McDonald literally started as an intern breaking down 3rd down offense and defense. And you look at the Seahawks and number 1 3rd down defense, like he's done great there. And then you saw games against the Rams.
The money down.
The second game against the Rams, they got off the field on third down, but they couldn't get off the field because the Rams were like, we're going for it on fourth down. And so, like, even emotionally, like your whole life growing up as a football player is third down, third down, third down. There's no way that it can't be like a little bit of a, oh man, we got to go back out. So it's this, I think there's all these
mindset. It's
mindset. Play calls on third down. You get to fourth and short instead of trying to get, like, there's all this stuff that I feel like is infecting the game.
Yeah, but it's great. It's great because it's opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, defensive players, when you listen, no, I'm just telling you, when you stop someone on third down, what do they all do? They look at the sticks and they go like this. They hold up. They know the referee. Players don't know referee. They don't know, like, but they hold it up. Boom, fourth down.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Done.
And so your point, we're good. However, when they get to play a fourth down, especially at home, what are they all doing? Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah.
This is it. So it is a mindset. It's a mental toughness thing. It's very similar to me. Fourth down is very similar to the mindset that you have on a sudden change. Sudden change is another thing. You're sitting on the bench. You're like, oh, good job. Hey, what are we talking about? All of a sudden, offense screws up or special teams screws up. Sudden change. Like, whoa, strap it up. Get rid of your, like, we're out. And it's time to go. And what are they probably doing? Taking a shot. So, like, hey, wake it up, lock in.
Yeah.
And so fourth down is a little bit of a mindset. Like, hey, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that you're like, oh, I'm off the field. Doesn't matter. So what now? What? That's the mindset.
Well, I just feel like there's no way that this game won't have a huge spotlight on what happens on fourth down because, I mean, it's just part of the league now. But the interesting thing is the Patriots, in terms of fourth down attempts, so that's what got me thinking about it. In terms of fourth down attempts, the Patriots are 21st in the NFL in fourth down attempts. The Seahawks dead last in terms of attempting fourth downs. But if you look at fourth down conversions, the Patriots are second in the NFL. They converted 72% of their fourth downs. Drake May and his legs are a huge, like you talk about Barnyard, Drake May is a problem on fourth downs, and Rondé Stevenson and Travion Henderson. Yeah. These guys are bulls down there. So it feels to me like the decision about when to go for it in this game is going to be critical, and executing in those moments.
And Vrabel's not desperate. I think that's another thing. Some of these guys are just like, yeah, try this, put it all in red. That's not his personality. Yeah. He's very measured that way. They also have a rookie kicker in Borregales who, they drafted a kicker. They got rid of all their specialists. I think they're like, the whole room's new. I think rookie snapper, all the stuff. And sometimes with those guys, you don't want them to like not get a kick in until like it's like a tough 54-yarder and like this is the first kick of the day. Sometimes you're concerned not with your young quarterback, but with your young snapper, holder, kicker situation. And you're like, you know what? Let's just get him a layup. Let's just get him a putt. Let's just get him in the flow and let's break the ice with him a little bit. So like I think that's a little bit of a thing as well.
He's missed 5 kicks this year, and all 5 of them were under 50 yards. So he has,
and it's up to me. It's operation. Like, so a lot of times you'll see Hall of Fame type kickers. All of a sudden it's a new snapper. All of a sudden it's a new holder, and he's not himself. Also, Borregales played at the University of Miami. He's from Venezuela. He's been kicking in horrible weather. So like, that's not nothing. Like, to guys like me that grew up in bad weather, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever, the weather's the weather. But if I'm just assuming if your family's from Venezuela and you kicked at Miami, all of a sudden you're playing in a nor'easter bomb cyclone. It's not nothing.
Of course.
The snowplow game part 2.
Yeah.
So I do think, all those factors do factor in some way.
So, I really am interested in this little thing, and I don't know if it's little. You tell me if it's little. Mike Vrabel, he's been through Super Bowls as a player. He's now here as a coach. He's been through a lot of Super Bowls, right? So he's got that experience. Mike McDonald doesn't. This is his first time. John Schneider has a lot of experience, so he can kind of guide there. Elliot Wolf, I don't know what his situation is. But then you go to the players. And, Sam Darnold and Drake May both haven't played in a Super Bowl. You look at, Cooper Kupp and Ernest Jones have played in a Super Bowl. On the Patriots, is there anyone that's played in a Super Bowl? Like, from that point of view, like, how much does not having experience this week, this game factor in? Is there any edge in this?
Yeah, I think there's an edge both ways. I actually think there's a huge benefit to like not even understanding how big this is. Like for Drake May, he probably has no idea. Like, yeah, we're in the Super Bowl, whatever. I remember when Tom Brady was in his first Super Bowl in 2001. I don't think he knew. Like, I don't think he knew how big it was. I like when you watch him in his later Super Bowls, he was like, we can't lose. Like when he was in that 0-1, Vinatieri hits the kick and they go 2 minute and everyone's like, oh, just play for overtime. And he's just like, yeah, he was out running plays, having fun, cutting it loose. I think there's something good for that. There's something really good to that. But I think it's more about the process. And like even after the NFC Championship game, I'm in the tunnel right near the locker room. Mike McDonald comes out to see his family, and I'm like, hey, great win, coach. I won't keep you to your family or whatever. He's like, hey, when you went to the Super Bowl, what's one thing you thought was really great? You thought you were glad you did, and what's one thing you felt like, Coach Holmgren and those guys would have done different? It was just like he's a listener.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like this, like, oh, here's what we did. He's just a listener.
Yeah.
And I do think organizationally, when your organization has been there multiple times, they handle all the peripheral stuff, logistics and schedule and all that stuff, so that you can just do what you do, and that's coach the football team. 3rd down, 4th down plan. Study the guys, understand which running backs are fumblers and where we need to like have a heightened awareness of like we can get the ball out on that running back. That needs to be our emphasis every single day for the next 2 weeks. Not, well, what's my speech going to be on Thursday? Like not that. Mm-hmm. And I think both these teams have an advantage in that kind of way where the football coaches are focused on just coaching the football. And the players aren't sitting there like, oh, motivate me with like your best Newt Rockney speech. Like it's just not the vibe I'm getting from either team.
No. I just saw someone walking around with a tiara and a sash. Have you considered that look for your radio?
Well, you do get a lot of like the crazy people. Like I remember the guy Gilbert Godfrey.
Yes, of course.
He gave me an award for like he was working with like Entertainment Tonight. And, like there's all these like when you're at the podium doing the interviews, there's the serious deep interviews. There's also kind of like the off topic, not sports related.
Yes.
And then you get like the comedians and the Miss Teen USA and all the stuff. And but there, I think
you could rock a tiara. That's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm just saying.
I will say that one of the good things about this week, though, there's a lot of different people promoting different charities or health conscious things. Like I'm Thursday doing Lower Your Cholesterol campaign, which is a risk factor to having heart attacks. As you know, my dad passed away of a heart attack last year, not necessarily because he had high cholesterol, but there are things that lower your risk. I'm doing a thing for the Concussion Legacy Foundation today. A lot of people are talking about is football safe for kids and all that stuff. There are things that you can do that lend itself to brain resiliency and leave you some margin. Like we all played sports growing up. We all probably had head injuries here or there, basketball, neighborhood, flag football, hockey, like whatever the things are. So I do think that's like a nice thing that this Radio Row, I always tell people, if you ever get the chance to come to a Radio Row or something like that, do it. It's I know Annabelle's doing a big campaign with adoption is an option, and a lot of people sort of telling their adoption stories, and it's some awesome stories of adoption and families that are really just like they've got amazing. Like you should make a movie out of that. That's amazing. So there are the crazy tiaras and all this stuff that'll catch your eye.
Yes.
But there's a lot going on here, and it's a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah, I mean. I'm just getting my first experience of like the whole setup and I mean media day was great. Opening night was great last night. But there's an energy here and the opportunity to talk to a lot of people that have a lot of different perspectives about football. And if you want to just talk football, I mean, it's a great place to do that. So
it builds too as the week goes.
Yes,
the bigger stars will come in as the game gets closer. You'll get all the musicians and you'll get the entourages, and you can kind of judge by like, who's wearing sunglasses inside. It's kind of like the measuring stick for me. Like a little, how important do you think you are in this room?
You mentioned something that I'm just curious your take on. And like, I've talked to Mike McDonald about his reaching out to, Pete Carroll or Mike Holmgren or obviously, John Harbaugh and that kind of stuff. Mike Holmgren just feels like such a great resource available and still in the area for the Seahawks to tap into. What's your read on how that continues and whether or not Mike takes advantage of it.
Well, I think Mike Holmgren is really good, even when he was the head coach with his assistant coaches, of not being a micromanager. It was his leadership style. It's why so many of his head coaches have gone off to be successful. I think the Andy Reid tree is very similar. You know, when I first met Mike Holmgren, Andy Reid was his quarterback coach, and he let him coach. He gave him responsibility. And I think Mike Holmgren does an amazing job of, at a 35,000-foot view, you know, use Mike McDonald as an example. I'm sure he's not saying, here's what you need to do. He probably is more of an encourager. Like, hey, you know, and he does this thing where he grabs your arm and he makes eye contact with you. It's almost like I'm grabbing your arm, making eye contact with you, and I'm like 6'11" as it is. I know he's not.
He's big. He's an imposing figure.
He's an imposing
figure.
And he looks at you and he'll usually encourage you on something you're doing well. And I think for me, it was almost just like he was highlighting something for me. You know, he took like one of those highlighter markers, like, keep doing that. And, you know, I remember one year for me, he said something like, I love how you lead. He said, I love how you lead some of the guys on your team. And then he like did this like grab and he was like, this year I want you to see if you can lead the entire team. And it was like, I remember being kind of offensive, like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't see anybody differently. Like, I don't, whatever. And then I kind of realized, like, I spend so much of my time with the O-line and the quarterbacks. And I'm like, okay, I hear what you're saying. And it's just like that little nudge. It wasn't like this like micromanage. It was just like this little nudge. And it was like a year-long thing. And I could see him having like a nugget like that for the head coach where he's saying, hey, I love how you whatever, just lean into that even more. And so it was like something that was kind of a strength, but he's like, I want you to make it like a bigger strength. You know,
it's a great management tip for sure. Catch someone in a good moment and build it. And you mentioned Jake Bobo a while back, and I've got to check you on this because one of the matchups I'm kind of curious about. You talk about Jake Bobo had a big moment in the NFC Championship. Jake's a big guy. I think he's a very good player, and he does what he's asked to do, both in the run game and in the pass game. Marcus Jones is 5'8". Is there an opportunity in this game for Jake Bobo in the red zone, in run blocking, to maybe be a key figure in how the Seahawks attack the Patriots?
I think Marcus Jones is a really good player.
He is.
And he's a ball hawk. So I don't think I would try to do that. That's not something I would try to do. But, like, sometimes you just run the play and the concept, and, like, the ball will go where the ball's supposed to go. But just, you mentioned Jake Bobo. I mean, I know this kid, where he grew up. He went to the same high school as my son early on. Jake Bobo's mom was my son's guidance counselor. In fact, the first time I had met her, she comes up to me and she's like, I got to tell you a story about your brother ripping my son on national TV. And it was his whole motivation. Jake Bobo was like a young freshman, wide receiver at Duke. My brother Tim's on ESPN breaking down Daniel Jones film. And he's like, yeah, people don't think Daniel Jones is going to be any good. I don't know, though. Look at these dudes he's throwing to. These don't look like real Division I wide receivers. Talking about Jake Bobo, like just crushing his spirit, crushing him on national TV. And I'm sure he had like a dartboard of my brother Tim, you know, for years. So then he has a pretty good career at Duke, goes and plays 1 year for Chip Kelly at UCLA, has a great year. So that's kind of our relationship with the Bobos early on, but just knowing what it must be like for him playing the Patriots. There's no doubt this dude had like Brady jerseys, Gronkowski jerseys. So he's going to be geeked up. I don't think he's going to get a lot of opportunities. I would say, though, he's going to get some. And just like you saw in the NFC Championship game, he's going to go 100 miles an hour on all of his plays. It might be 7 plays in the game, but he's going to give you everything he's got. Special teams, the run formations, 12 personnel, what I call U personnel, which is 22 personnel. So who knows? But no, I don't think they're going to circle Marcus Jones. I don't think that's the thing.
All right. So
linebackers, though.
Linebackers. That's what. Okay. Say
a
little more.
I think that's where they're going to say, you know what? We are better. Our guys are better than their linebackers, especially if Robert Spillane doesn't play. If Robert Spillane doesn't play, it's a huge advantage for us. It's I don't want to say it's like Bo Nix not playing against the Patriots, but it's a big deal.
Well, I in our last couple minutes here, I am really curious about where you think the Seahawks are going to try to attack the Patriots offense. And Drake May, I have a ton of respect for this guy. I've watched him all year. He's not played that well in the playoffs. He's played extremely good defenses, and he's played in some inclement weather.
Yeah.
And I look at that
and a bad shoulder,
and a bad shoulder, and the offensive line on the left side struggled a little bit. That run game's not,
which is funny because the left side of the offensive line is the most talented part of the offensive line. They're just both rookies, and so when you get rookies, it's TE stunts or ET stunts, like tackle and end games where you got to pass it off and trade. And sometimes it's not about how big and strong and fast you are; it's just about savvy. Like my guy comes inside, look, get your head outside, something else is coming. And so I think the line stunts are going to be a huge thing.
Can I pause you there for a second? Because it wasn't that long ago you looked at the Seahawks against the 49ers in week 18, and you're like, man, Brock Purdy is slippery, and that's something that's given the Seahawks challenges. And then Purdy ran for like 411 yards behind the line of scrimmage in the playoffs, didn't do as much, but May is a better, he's better than Purdy in that regard. So it's interesting to me that didn't come up as like the first thing that
no, it is. But I've kind of been like beating that drum to you for a long time.
Yes,
I think Drake, and Drake's a friend of mine, and we've talked a good amount this year, and my encouragement to him, he's so good at running and creating. But like my thing to him, like after the Tennessee game, I think his completion percentage was 91%. But he ended the game in the blue tent, and he missed 2 games last year because of 2 concussions. And the fumbling is a real problem for him. And I basically, my message to him was like, hey man, great game, but listen, you can't complete 91% of your passes from the blue tent. Like, you are in the blue tent too much. You're doing the Andrew Luck thing. You're a great athlete, and you run up on a safety, and you're like, I'm a better athlete than you. If we were playing basketball, I could take you. I could dunk on you. So here's my stiff arm. I think Drake's mindset should be he should rush for 40 yards in this game. Some way, somehow, he should rush for 40 yards, but go down without drama. That would be his mindset. Now, if you're the Seahawks, you need to know that he's going to scramble. It's just naturally what he does. And Josh McDaniels, like, what are we saving it for? The quarterback design runs are a thing, especially in the red zone. QB ISO is a major thing. Ramondre Stevenson as the back, quarterback in shotgun. If you give us a 2 shell, it's quarterback draw. If you give us a single high, we're working one of the one-on-ones outside. And they feel good about their matchups, just like we have kind of a committee of a committee of running backs that we kind of used all season. At wide receiver, that's how they use their committee. It's like the guy, I'll tell you a guy for them that could be an unsung hero is Kyle Williams, who's a Washington State guy.
Yes.
He's done very, very little this year. However, if he is ever one-on-one going deep, Drake takes the shot. And whether it's the catch or the PI, it's a factor.
It's a great call out. Certainly, Matt, it's so fun to have you in person. Have a great day. You're gonna, drink your water and lemon juice. Keep that voice fresh.
No,
and if Christian Fourier or any of his students want to come over at probably after 10, they're welcome to do an on-air interview. We can.
Okay. I think what they're going to want to do is they're going to want you to go over beyond their show
for sure. You let them
know.
You're
kind of the celebrity now.
Yeah, right.
Christian Fourier, fun story. He was my roommate my first year in Seattle, and I think part of the reason I didn't play my best is I had that dude in my ear. First interception I throw with the Seahawks. We beat the Browns in Cleveland. I think we won like 9-6. Christian's like, dude, on that screenplay, or like Ricky Waters, no one ever covers me. Just say, screw it to the screen. Just throw it deep to me. And I did it. I'm such an idiot. I did it. I looked at Ricky. I throw it ball late, and it's intercepted. And I was like, and I told my coach, he's like, what were you thinking? I've coached a lot of quarterbacks. No one's ever thrown a tight end corner out on a screenplay. And I'm sitting there like, my roommate told me over pillow talk last night. And I listened. So I see Christian. It's great to see him, but I'm also just like, choke him out.
All right, man. It's so good to see you.
All right.
Matt Hasselbeck, Seahawks Ring of Honor member and one of the best 50 Seahawks of all time. Always amazing to talk to Matt. And we're not done. It's going to be a wild day. We've got Robert Mays, who's going to be coming over here in about 15 minutes, I believe. I'm going to double check that we got the right, that I've got the right time in there. But yeah, we've got Robert Mays coming. We're going to be talking to Matt Hartman today a little bit later. I think Sam Monson from the 33rd team, the Check the Mic podcast, is going to be joining as well. Let me just send a quick note to, there's Robert Mays. Robert will be with us in about 10 minutes. So we got a ton to cover. Always great with Matt. Also, there's probably going to be moments where I put we will either be right back, or I might end the show and start again because, my producer, as I mentioned before, my son, decided to sleep in a little bit today, which is fine. But that means I can't do two things at once, and I might need to go out and book some more guests. Today, I've made the decision that today is going to be a Radio Row Day. I'm going to pretty much stay here maybe the whole day. There's going to be a lot of content for all of you. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you can hang out with me and all the people that we're going to talk to. And I've got Seahawks Collective coming up tonight at 5:00 with Annabelle Hasselbeck and Mike Dugar and Rob Staten. So that's going to be great. Hopefully my voice holds up through this whole thing. But if you haven't given the show a like, click subscribe. Now's a great time to do that. Also, we've got some great stuff going on here. If you have not recently gone over to CozyEarth.com, absolutely go there. They've got a great deal for Valentine's Day. Buy a pair of pajamas. These are like legendary pajamas, apparently. I still have not gotten my hands on the pajamas. They also make great bedding, but the deal is specifically on their pajamas. And if you use promo code HAWKBOGO, HAWKBOGO, over there at CozyEarth.com, you can buy your spouse, your partner, your girlfriend, whatever, a pair of great pajamas and get a pair for free. So HawkBogo at CozyEarth.com will help you with that. And we've got a new deal that I'm really excited about. Now, unfortunately, I can't take advantage of it till I get home because it's all getting shipped to me right now. But have you ever had days where you're just so slammed, you can't plan dinner, you can't plan your meals, you want something good? Sorry. All right, we got kicked, so I've got to go fix my. It's nice that he just didn't even fix it for me. 1 second, guys. It's a little bit crooked still. I'm going to try to fix it one more time. That's better. Just a common courtesy. If you kick someone's camera and you did it, don't walk away with a sorry, fix it. Like, that's just a human thing to do. But we're good. So what I was saying is, I'm super busy all the time. I don't always have a chance to plan my meals, and I certainly don't have a chance to have healthy, quality meals that are also quick and convenient. Now I do. Thankfully, we are working with Factor. And if you haven't tried Factor, now is a great time to do it. It is a great meal service with great food that has 100 rotating meals every week. You can do high protein, you can do keto, you can calorie smart, you can do Mediterranean diet, GLP-1, whatever it is that you're on. They're always fresh. They're never frozen. They're ready in like 2 minutes. There's no prep work. So I've done meal services before, and it's like, great, I got all these fresh ingredients, but now I just got finished with work and I've got to spend a half an hour making the meal. That's not what Factor is. It's all the meal. You just put it in and you're done in a couple of minutes. So I am excited to get this. I already put in my orders, things like steak and like really amazing sounding chicken dishes and all sorts of stuff. So if you go to factormeals.com/Hawks, factormeals.com/HawkBlogger50off. That is factormeals.com/HawkBlogger50off. Link is in the description of the video. You get 50% off and a free breakfast for a year. So you can eat like a pro this month with Factor. New subscribers only, varies by plan. One free breakfast item per box for 1 year while subscription is active. So take advantage. It's a really, really cool thing. I'm really excited to be working with Factor. I can't wait to get home and take advantage of it. Last night here, I literally was scarfing down like a couple slices of pizza, which was good as well. Not so good for me. So take advantage while you can. All right. So in just a few minutes, we will be joined by Robert Mays. I got to drink some water. I can feel my voice is wavering already. So give me one. And one of the things, one of the fun things is behind my backdrop here is Seattle Sports Radio. So by this evening, Brock and Salk will have arrived. We'll start getting sports radio behind me. So I'm sure we will have some back and forth with Brock and Salk and whoever else from the crew is down here. That'll be fun. And then also, I'm going to tell a story at some point today. I'm going to tell a little bit of it now, but as far as media opening night last night, the conversation with Justin Outen was terrific. I am so crushed for all of you and for me, but for all of you that I did not record it properly. Huge bummer and rookie mistake, but it's a guy that certainly as a person, as a man, I'm like, yeah, I can see people really being excited for this guy to be their leader. He's down to earth. He's credible. He's had so much experience. One of the things I'll give you from that conversation, when he was in Atlanta, he was around Mike McDaniel. He was around the LaFleurs. He was around Kyle Shanahan. He's been around this offense and some of the best minds related to this offense throughout his career. He's worked with tight ends a lot. So one of the things about being a tight end coach is you get exposed to the run game, the pass game, pass blocking, run blocking. Tight ends are involved in every aspect of an offense. And I think I talked about that with him. Talked about play calling. And one of the things I think people don't realize is that as run game coordinator, he is designing plays. You might think, oh, he's just in charge of the run game. And no, he is actually designing run plays. And we had a fun conversation. I said, there's two ways I can ask this question. I could be a jerk about it or I can be nice about it. And I gave him both versions. I was like, the jerk way to ask this question is, why did it take the run game so long to get going this year? The nice way to ask this question is, man, how did you guys get this run game where it is the last 5 weeks of this season? You want to? Well, you know what? I will tell you the Justin Out story later because there's a guest waiting to jump on that is honestly, this is a true.
Acting like I shoved my way onto the show.
No, this is he's just walking by. This is one of the benefits of Radio Row. So this is a true story, and I'm not, I'm going to glaze you a little bit. So just be ready. I was asked by a commenter yesterday, like, who would be your dream guest? Who is like your favorite? And the true story is Matt Hasselbeck was my number one pick.
That's fair.
Like I cheered for Matt. I love Matt, but
Matt knows more about football than me.
My favorite has been you.
And, that's very kind of you.
And I, it's gotten to the point. I don't know if this is the way for you too. Like I'm kind of spoiled. I can't listen to much about football anymore because a lot of it is just regurgitated. It's not interesting. It's not well thought out. And there's not a curiosity it's steeped in and a humble nature where you're like, I don't know the answer and I'm going to find out. And I'm curious. And one of the things I love about your show and the way you cover it is every single week, no matter what you learn, you're still interested in knowing why and what's next and what's changing. And you don't approach it with the fact that you already got all the answers. I know coaches appreciate that. Players appreciate that. I do. So that's one of the reasons I've always appreciated listening to you, Robert. And Robert Mays of the Athletic Football Show is with us. So you've been here before.
Yeah, it's my 11th one.
You've been here before. So let's start on a personal note. Your first time you came here. Tell me, can you remember enough about that you can tell me about your first time covering the Super Bowl?
That's a great question. So my first Super Bowl was actually Patriots Seahawks, which is funny enough.
I thought that might be the case.
Yeah, so my first Super Bowl was Patriots Seahawks. I remember the week. Like I remember the rhythms of the week, and it was in Phoenix, obviously. And so Phoenix is very spread out if you've ever been to Phoenix.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly where they were. One of the teams was at like the Talking Stick Resort, which is very far south.
Yes.
And one team was like near Scottsdale, which is very far north. And so you kind of get used to the week where you have to shuttle yourself between the media availabilities. And at that point, I don't remember what I wrote that week, but obviously I was still writing a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I was at Grantland at the time. And so I just remember kind of being a little bit overwhelmed by what the week was, but I also was shocked by the quality of the access during Super Bowl week. Like, I think it's the misconception that anyone that isn't around it or hasn't done it would have, where it's like, well, this is not the time where you'd be able to like do quality stuff or talk to people. And in actuality, the way that they set it up, and you can, like, there's just like a ton of access to everyone over the course of the week. And so I was really shocked by how ripe of a time it was and how fertile of a time it was to do good stuff. And so I always looked forward to it because every year I felt like I had like one or two stories where I was like, oh man, like I can really do something cool with this. Like my 2016, when the Falcons were in the Super Bowl, I was obsessed with that Falcons team. I just like, I found them so interesting. I love the offense. And I wrote like a huge story about Kyle Shanahan leading up to that Super Bowl. And I talked to like so many people for it. And I really liked what could come out of this week as somebody who just like wants to ask football questions, because there's so many outlets that people that don't know, like for an hour, 2 days in a row, and then including media night, the assistant coaches are just there. And so if you want to go talk to the outside linebackers coach about like some very specific thing, you can do that. And so for a football nerd, beyond the fact that it's the Super Bowl, it actually is a really cool time to get a lot of fun work done.
Yeah, you were mentioning that yesterday, and it was fun. Even last night, everyone's going around to the podiums and JSN's thing. Like, it's so funny. Like, JSN has this throng of media. Sam Darnold has this throng of media. And I'm like, I love those guys to death. Good luck getting a soundbite. Like they're like, they're not the most loquacious pair. And so like maybe halfway through, I noticed that there's this like kennel, like this little like blocked off gated area where there's assistant coaches just sitting there. Like John Benton's there and Clint Kubiak's there and Justin Outen's there.
No one's talking to Clint Kubiak?
There's like two people talking.
That's shocking.
It was crazy.
He's gonna be the head coach in 2 days.
I know. I'm gonna talk to him. I think non-media like opening night, but I talked to Justin out for a while, but then I sat there and I talked to Mac Brown, who I hadn't had a chance to meet, tight ends coach. And it was,
what's Justin out? Is he the run game coordinator?
He's the run game coordinator, as well as the assistant offensive line coach. And he took over the running back room when Kennedy Polamalu left.
Gotcha. Because I know he's by trade a tight ends coach. He's been a tight ends
coach. He was a OC by title in Denver.
Yes.
Under Hackett, right? And I think he had some Tennessee play calling moments as well. He only called plays. It's interesting in Denver, when Hackett handed over play calling, it was to Clint Kubiak, who was the passing game coordinator, not to his offensive coordinator. And then Hackett got fired, and Outen took over the last 2 games of the season. Those are their 2 best offensive games that year. So anyway, Mac Brown's an interesting one, because every time I'm asking about tight ends for the last 2 years, any coach, they light up because first thing they talk about is Mac Brown. And I just had this moment where I was like, Mac, I got to tell you, man, every time I bring this up, people's eyes light up. And I could tell he was like, thanks, man. Like, And my son asked me about this as well. As like, oh, who like, what's your ideal thing? Who do you want to interview? I'm like, I want to have a one-on-one conversation and have a relationship building moment with somebody that I respect and that we can learn from.
Yeah.
And that was great.
Yeah. There's a lot of opportunities for that.
I think
here.
That's what you get.
Strangely enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as you look at this game and you look at the personalities and you look at the players and you look at the scheme, I got to know where that brain of yours is cranking. Like where are your eyes? What do you start with when you look at these two teams in the matchup?
I'll walk you through kind of my process of how I've digested and kind of filtered the game through, like how I think about it. As soon as the matchup happened, I was like, okay, this feels tilted. Like I just think that the Seahawks are like a significantly better team. And then I saw that the line was only 4.5. And I was like, that feels low. And so whenever that happens, I never pretend to think I know more than what they know. Like that's not a, oh, that's wrong. That's a, what am I not seeing about this kind of reaction? And so I started going through the ways that I think the game could be close because, again, at first glance, I think the Seahawks are significantly better. And I think I land in a place where I don't really believe that the Patriots are going to be able to put up a lot of points in this game. I just don't. Like, there's a reason that the over-under is 45.5 or whatever it is. I see probably a low-scoring game, and maybe that's the reason that it stays close, just because there aren't that many points to be had. And so if the Patriots keep this thing close, how are they going to do that? And I think it's just mucking it up on defense. I think it's just them. You look at the way that they want to play now and the way that they've played really since the bye. And the Patriots defense has had these kind of fascinating little pockets of their season where at certain points they've done one thing, and then at certain other points they pivoted to something else. Like they've been a light box team, and they've been a stack box team, and then they were a light box team again. And they play a lot of nickel when Spillane is playing, but a lot of base when he's not. And then after the bye is when they really cranked up the pressure. That's when it really felt like they were not only a team running a lot of cover zero, but running a lot of variations off of that. And I think if you look at the numbers, we really started digging into some of this yesterday. Sam has been good against the blitz overall.
Yes.
He's been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL against man blitzes. He has been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL against zone blitzes. And so if you look at a team that's going to have a lot of mugged up stuff, and they're going to be, and the Patriots are like 52% zone when they blitz. So they are not like a man heavy blitz team. So I think you're going to get some funky pressures and you're going to get some funky looks. And the hope for New England, I think, has to be, can we get 3 negative plays? Can we get a couple sacks? Can we get a couple turnovers? Because I think on their end, I can't see them scoring more than like 21 points, the Patriots offense. And so can they win a game 19-13? That's really ugly. That feels like the most reasonable path, even if I think it's a very narrow path.
Interesting. Well, and part of the thing that's fascinating about that to me is I look at the Patriots, I look at Drake May, and I'm, obviously as impressed as anybody else in what he's done in his second season, the throws that he's made, how he's performed under pressure when he's been blitzed, when he's been under pressure, his legs, all those things. And with like a supporting cast that is not exactly like star-studded, right? And then you look at the playoffs, and he's faced 3 just terrific defenses. And he's been sacked 5 times in each game. He's fumbled like 5 times. He's not been that good, and he's actually really struggled under pressure. And so what do you make of that? I tend to be hesitant to assume, okay, he just can't do this against good defenses, but he's going to face another good defense. And it sounds like for you, that might be the indicator enough that he's going to struggle again this game.
I think there are a few different. I take all the games individually. So if you look at the Charger game, I think that the turnovers were a concern. He was putting the ball on the ground. The down-to-down play was fine. Like he played fine in the Charger game. And then you look at the other 2 games, the conditions were horrendous against Houston, but that's also a really good defense. And then against the Broncos, you essentially can't play in the second half. And so trying to figure out like where you land with all of that, I think that the Charger game to me is like the purest representation of like what the offense still is against a good defense. The problem is the Seahawks are just a better version of the Chargers defense. Like the Chargers were still able to get after them up front, and the Seahawks defensive line is significantly better than what the Chargers are trotting out. And so I think that there are just fewer avenues against these really good defenses. Like the stat I keep coming back to about why I think they'll struggle to move the ball consistently in New England is that they push the ball downfield. Like that's one of the things that they do. They have not done that very well against the defense they played in the playoffs. But then you look at Seattle, the Seahawks over their 2 games against the Rams from week 16 in the playoff game gave up 10 completions of 20+ air yards. 10. From weeks 2, every other game from week 2 on, they gave up 10. So in those 2 games, they gave up 10. And then from week 2 through the end of the season, they gave up 10 to everybody else. I don't think the Patriots have the outside receiver talent to do to the Seahawks what the Rams were able to do. And so if they can't push the ball downfield, they can't run the ball against this team, where are the options going to be? Because I think the Rams are just uniquely positioned to move the ball against the Seahawks. Like they're unlike any other offense in the league in the sense that you have these guys outside the numbers that are true mismatches. Like Josh Jobe has been a really solid player. Josh Jobe against a Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams is a win for the Rams. Again, in a way, it's not for a lot of other teams. And then what Stafford can do, I think back to the one completion over the middle of the field to Puka in that game in the NFC Championship, where he whizzes it by Ernest Jones's ear hole. No one else is doing that. And so the ways that the Rams can do it, I almost think that we have like a misunderstanding of how good the Seahawks defense is because they played the Rams twice in the last month. And I think that's in people's minds, and it shouldn't be, because the Rams are a very unique proposition.
You talk about that throw that whizzed by Ernest Jones' ear hole. That over route to Ferguson with Job in coverage.
Oh my God.
That was maybe the best throw I've seen in person in my life. When he let go of that ball, I'm like, Job is going to pick this off. He is in perfect position. He's heads around. He sees it coming. He gets up, and it's like a fingernail above to his tall tight end. And I'm like, I don't understand how that happened. It was as someone who's rooting for the Seahawks to win that game, I was pretty hopeless about, like, he is making the right decision over and over. A lot of it was check downs. Like, he was beating him deep. He was beating him short. Like, he was just making the right call after right call. And even the final fourth down play, he went off the sideline. He's like, where am I supposed to go with the ball? Yeah. Like, eventually you needed to do everything to every player to beat him. He was that good. And as much as I respect Drake May, I don't know if he's really ready to have a game like that.
He's not there yet. Yeah. That's okay. It's year 2.
Yeah.
He's not there yet. And I think the rest of the offense isn't there yet. And that's the other part of this that I just, again, I keep trying to check myself, because the line is only 4.5, and I can't get over the fact that I just think the Seahawks are so much better. You look at what the other pass rushes they've played against in the playoffs have done to the Patriots offensive line, and the Seahawks, Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter are phenomenal players. From top to bottom across the board, the Seahawks have the best defensive line the Patriots will have played in the postseason. And so the idea that Seattle's front could just control and dictate the game, it's not hard to imagine at all. It takes 2 seconds of thinking about it for you to come to like visualize that version of the game. And so I just think there are so many areas where their offense is going to be outmatched against what Seattle's going to do. To me, it's just a matter of, and I hate this, like, this idea of like, well, he's still Sam Darnold. I hate that. I just, it drives me crazy. It is such a, it is a, I don't know what I'm talking about football opinion. But at the same time, there are moments where he can give you a couple. They turned the ball over a decent amount this year. Like, it's just in his DNA. It's part of who he is as a player. But it's
same for Drake May, same for like pretty much any quarterback.
We had a good conversation. It was on our podcast today. I talked to Michael Sean for a while and just about the Seahawks, and he was telling me about something that Mike McDonald said to him about the throw that Sam made to Cooper Kupp on that sail route against the Rams in that Week 16 game, and just the idea that those are the plays where if you tell him not to turn the ball over, you don't get those. And so I just think it's life with Sam at this point, where like you have to let him play loose because the rewards waiting for you are worth it. But at the same time, like, we've seen the fact that there can be a couple down moments. But the idea that like that's who he really is nonsense to me. Like, he's been a really good quarterback all season.
Yeah. I don't know when we'll get there or if we'll get there. There's going to be a hilarious thing that I think will happen where people are already starting to realize that there's a positive correlation with interceptions and being productive.
It's been one of my things forever.
You can't actually challenge his defense and be great if you're not pushing the ball, and turnovers are going to happen. But now you're going to like, oh, well, this guy turned it over 25 times. Let's draft him first overall.
It's this. And that to me is like, this is a larger conversation to be had. But that to me is, it is such a reductionist, low form of football conversation where you have these people who don't understand what they're looking at or what they're talking about. And they look at the box score and they see, well, this person threw 2 interceptions. He had a bad game. It's like, that is not what the sport is.
No,
and it's not what quarterback play is.
Yeah.
And it's this idea that like, that's ultimately, if you turn the ball over twice as a quarterback, like, you're the reason your team lost, is ridiculous. Like, even like the Josh Allen forward turnover game that he had against the Broncos, it's a bad Josh Allen performance, but like, down to down, he didn't play that poorly.
Right.
They had the mistakes that really loom really large in your mind. And the quarterback that I always come back to is watching Caleb Williams last year. And I said it over and over and over again, the 2024 rookie Caleb Williams, I was like, he should throw more interceptions. Like this idea that his touchdown interception ratio is so good, and that's why he had a good season, is just a misunderstanding of why and how you should push certain limits at the position. And I think Sam has found a fairly good middle ground when it comes to that.
Now, this is a not popular take, but I went back and watched Sam Darnold in Week 11 against the Rams when he threw the 4 picks. And it had been some time since I'd gone back and watched it. was struck by how well he played in that game. Like the 4 interceptions were really bad, but there was a lot of high level throws that he made in that game that he looked like a different quarterback before and after that. He definitely felt like there had been a little bit of a leash added after. And I think that that's been loosened since, but to your point, like, I don't think that interceptions are necessarily the best way to assess just how a quarterback played. It's one of the things, but not the only thing. So one thing you mentioned though, about the Seahawks defensive line and pass rush there, I talked to Leonard Williams. He calls a lot of the stunts and stuff at the line. He's kind of, that's part of his role. And if you look at the left side of that line for the Patriots, you have to think the Seahawks are going to try to attack that group, right? But the challenge, I've talked to DeMarcus about this and Uchenna Nwosu and Leonard as well. When you stunt, you create rush lanes often for the quarterback if there's someone. So you have a little bit of a decision for the Seahawks defense to make. Are we going to put our optimal rush package in that can get to the quarterback, but potentially open up run lanes for Drake May to leak out? Or do you do the Brock Purdy game plan that they've done twice now, which is crush the pocket, stay in your lanes, make him beat you from the pocket? I think it's going to be the latter.
I agree.
And do you think that that's a winning formula?
Yes, because I think you can do two things when it comes to that. I think that when you look at the guys that Will Campbell has struggled with, and just what the Patriots offense struggle with overall, it's just guys that are long and can push the pocket. Yeah, and that's what the Seahawks have. I mean, the Seahawks, I think 3 of the Seahawks 4 top edge rushers, so Hall, Chenna, and DeMarcus Lawrence have 33.5-inch or longer arms. And so I think that being able to kind of weaponize that length against this Patriots team, we've seen teams do that consistently. And so pocket pushing, I think, makes sense when you do that kind of stuff. And I also think one of the things I liked about the Purdy game plan is that there isn't a lot of like heavy blitzing, but they will use some like 5-man pressures and simulated pressures to kind of still have like a creative pass rush, but still make sure that you're crushing the pocket overall. So I still think there's a way to do some stuff that's not just we're rushing for and condensing that space while still making sure that you're accounting for him as a runner. Because in the playoffs specifically, that's all they've done well. Like a huge portion of the offense has been him scrambling. And if you can limit that, I feel like you're going to have a pretty good day.
All right, last thing for you, Robert. I know you got a ton to do. You talked about a narrow path to victory for the Patriots. Help us again with what you think that looks like. And then what's maybe the most probable path that you see to a Seahawks victory?
I think it's just the Seahawks turn the ball over 2 to 3 times. You get 3 to 4 sacks. Again, it's just a lot of negative plays from the Seahawks offense. I think that to me is the path forward, because if you look at what the Patriots been able to do from like a creative pass rush perspective and just some of the layers to what their defense has been in the back half of the season, I do think we've seen examples of the Seahawks struggling with those sorts of teams at points this year. So I think that's the path for the Patriots, but I just don't think that's enough. Like I just think when you stack it up against everything else that seems to be in the Seahawks' favor, like I see Seattle's defense controlling the game on that side of the ball. If they can make sure that they continue to limit explosives and they keep him in the pocket, I just don't think that the Patriots offense is good enough down to consistently move the ball against Seattle. I think that they're going to need some of those explosives in the scrambles, and I'm just not sure they come. And I think that Seattle's offense, even if we've seen some downswings over the course of the year, it's still a good unit.
Yeah.
Like I still feel like there is enough there for them to have at least a decent day. And if they have a decent day, I think that's going to be enough for Seattle to win. And I think win in a pretty convincing way.
I have to ask you one more thing. Football historian that you are. Seahawks go through, Brock Purdy and the 49ers twice, and then back to back, and then they go through the Rams, and then they'd be going through the Patriots, beat the MVP, beat the runner-up for MVP. What do you think it would say about this season for the Seahawks? Where would it not rank, but what level of impression would you be left with if this team completes the task, the mission in hand, and wins this game?
I think that there's probably a little bit, and people have talked about this, just how unlikely the matchup is when you look at like preseason expectations.
Yeah.
And it would feel like, the Seahawks kind of like stumbled into a championship. And I think that would be a mischaracterization of what the Seahawks season has been.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have been an excellent team. Like if you look at the historical perspective of it, or like the historical context behind it. And if they were to win this game, let's say they win this game like 27-16, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they like control it the entire time. I feel like that would be a pretty fitting endpoint to a team that has been really, really, really good for almost the entirety of the season. Like, and I think, what's the worst game that the Seahawks played this year?
It's probably the Tampa Bay game would be the one that.
Yeah, and where the offense scored like 35 points,
and the defense had pretty much everybody out.
Yeah, I think there just aren't that many bad. They haven't had bad games.
Yeah,
like the offense didn't play well against the Rams in the first game. The defense played phenomenal. The defense didn't play well in the second Rams game. They won the game.
Yes,
and so there just aren't that many bad performances on their ledger. They have been excellent. And it was funny talking to Michael Sean yesterday, and we were just talking about, okay, when did you know that the defense is whatever? Like, I knew the defense was going to be great. I said it a million times this summer. That, like, there's no revisionist history there. The offense was a huge question. We had no idea what the offense was going to be. And I was asking him, like, when did you know it was going to be good? And he went like a little bit deeper into the season. And I was like, I knew after the Steeler game that you watched them and you watched the plan and how it was coming together. And I was like, oh, it's over. They're good. Like they are good. They know exactly who they are and what they want to be and the way that Sam is playing. And so for me, they've been that team essentially since week 2. Like, they've just been this really dangerous, scary, top to bottom, awesome, like borderline juggernaut team. And I think that's just what they are.
Tell folks what's coming up all week from the Athletic Football Show.
We got shows every day. Today we talked to both of our beat writers who do it every year. It's our Monday and a Tuesday show every year. So we talked to Michael Sean, and then Chad Graff, who covers the Patriots for us, essentially just how the teams got here, which I love doing. We do it every Monday, every Super Bowl week. Today we're doing like 12 guys who have changed the way that we think about them over the course of this year.
Interesting.
So like Sam Darnold is a different person now in like the football ecosystem than he was at the beginning of this season. I think there are a lot of characters involved in the game that you could say that about. And then Wednesday into Thursday, we're doing a show about how the NFL has changed since the last time these two teams played in the Super Bowl.
Ah, a great topic.
So essentially, like, it's been 11 years. Like, how different is the league now than it was the last time we had this? And then we'll do our Super Bowl preview on Friday, and that'll be it.
Oh, man. I know what I'm going to listen to in my spare moment. So appreciate you as always. Take care. Robert Mays of the Athletic Football Show. Great stuff from him. We'll be having other folks from the Athletic Football Show. We'll have Derrik Klassen on at some point. And so, great stuff. I'm staring at future guests as well. Matt Harmon from Reception Perception is going to join us today. And we're going to talk about receivers, and we're going to talk about what's going on there. And probably the only person that asked him about Torrey Horton this week. But we got a lot more coming. And if you haven't already, click like and subscribe. Now is a great time to do it. Also, if you have not already, I talked to you about the Doer jeans that I've been wearing and the shirt I've got. DUER. Doer, it's a great company. They're looking to actually like get more people in the Northwest aware of what they do. These are my everyday jeans. They're super comfortable. They're cozy. They're flexible, but they don't look like they're stretchy. And so they've got a really cool tech called CoolMax that actually regulates temperature. So if you run a little hot, they actually help keep your temperature down. And I love them. I wear them pretty much every day. Although I will say today I'm wearing shorts because it's like 70 degrees here in the Bay, and I'm taking advantage of that. But if you go to shopdoer.com, that's shopdoer.com/hawk, you get 15% off. So head over to Doer, get some great gear. I love what they got going on. Take advantage. Head on over to the Sleeper app. If you haven't done that, download the Sleeper app, use promo code HAWK to get up to $100 match on your first deposit. Terms and conditions do apply. See Sleeper's terms of use for details. Currently operational over 25 states. Check out Sleeper today. All right, so we have done Matt Hasselbeck. We have done Robert Mays. We are going to do Sam Monson of 33rd Team. Sam is going to be joining. Let me double check. I'm looking right now. Sam is going to be joining at 11 o'clock, so in about an hour from now. The plan with Matt Harmon, let's see. The plan with Matt Harmon, I believe, is at 12:15 is currently the plan for Matt. We, I think, are going to talk to Derrik Klassen of the Athletic Football Show here in just a little bit. I was just texting with him. We might do Derrik a little bit later. So he's got time from 10:45 to noon. Yeah, well, I I think we'll figure something out with Derrik a little bit later. So we got a lot of stuff coming up, a lot of Seahawks talk. Can't wait. I think what we're going to do for right now is I'm going to close up shop. I'm going to try to get some things organized. And what I'm going to do to start with is I'm going to put the show on pause. I'm going to basically say, put the "We'll be right back" banner up. That might mean that I get right back to it in a few minutes. It might mean that I come back and shut it down and we get started again, around 11. So hold on. I will let you know. But keep an eye on things. I will let you know as soon as I have more info. We got a ton of stuff to cover for you all day. For now, I got one super chat. Let me get to this. Don't want to miss it. Jonathan Smith says, math is a simulation. It can't account for every real world situation. Real life gives you one shot. Math can inform, but can't deliver absolutes. And that's right. That's referring to the fourth down stuff and what Matt Hasselbeck was saying before. Absolutely true. And while I love numbers, as you guys know, I love numbers. Numbers can lie. Numbers are a source of information. I think also human biases factor into all sorts of things. And so I think it's dangerous to get too arrogant or egotistical about I know better than the numbers. I think numbers keep you honest if you listen to them. I also think that if you are a slave to the numbers and you just obey what they say to do, I think that's not necessarily the best way to go. So there's so many variables involved in every football decision. That's why a human ends up being paid a lot of money to make those calls. And there's no way any algorithm can know all the things about all the people and all the situations that a coach does. But there's things that a coach can't know that numbers do. And that's why you want to find the perfect marriage between the two if you can. All right, folks. Hold on for right now. I will let you know. I might be back in a few minutes. I might be back in a little bit. But if I'm not, I will come on and let you know I'm going to shut down shop and we'll get started a little bit later. But for now, hang out. I'll be back in a few. All right. Get this up here. Here we go. All right. I'll be right back. Hey, folks. I'm back. Thank you for the kindness of letting me take a little break there. Plan a little bit. He used the restroom, grab a little bit of food, which was nice. Walk the floor and figured out a few more things guest-wise. So that's kind of the way this is going to go this week. There's going to be moments where we're just going to be guest to guest, back to back to back. There's going to be moments where you have a few minutes of break or an hour of break. Today, especially, I'm planning on doing this show. I hadn't decided yet whether I'm going to do just one long show or break it up. I'm probably going to break it up a little bit. I just remembered one thing. So at 11 o'clock, sorry, I'm writing myself a note. Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus. Oh, sorry. Formerly of Pro Football Focus, currently with the 33rd Team and the Check the Mic podcast. He will join the show, and we'll talk to Sam Monson. Had him on before. I love Sam. At 11:30, we're going to have Derrik Klassen of the Athletic Football Show. So we got 2 out of the 3 hosts on the same day. We'll see about if we get Dave on for the trifecta at some point. But so that's 11:30. At 12:15, we'll be having Matt Harmon from Reception Perception on the show. We've had Matt on before. Nobody knows receivers and their numbers better than he does. And he had a lot of info about JSN succeeding outside of the slot before. A lot of other people were doubting him. So great stuff there. So all that's locked in. I'm going to do my best to also lock in some other names. I've got a few ideas. I have to kind of catch again. There might be a situation here where you see me say, hold on a second. I put you guys on hold and I go run and try to track somebody down. Because there's obviously a lot of names around. I'm still working on some guests for later in the week, and we've got a ton already, but I'm going to keep pushing. We'll talk to Michael Gervais, the performance coach, psychologist extraordinaire. He'll be on either tomorrow or Thursday. We're going to have Nate Tice of Football 301 from Yahoo Sports will be on. We are going to talk to, hopefully, Adam Ray. We are going to talk to Jeffrey Dean Morgan. We're going to talk to Mike Sando and Dave Bowling. It's a long list. But what I want to spend a little time with you guys on right now, since we have some time, and it's kind of nice to just have a little time with you guys, is my experience last night. Since I didn't get to record it and I didn't get to share it with you, I'll talk a little bit about my conversation with Justin Out. I'll also share some funny stuff that went on outside of that conversation. But the conversation with Justin Out was great. He and I had not met up until that point. He literally was sitting there, on his phone, talking to nobody. And I had to look up, I'll admit, I had to look up his picture to make sure I knew who I was looking for. And I was like, Justin? And he looked at me and I was like, all right. We introduced each other. And one of the things that was great is, I just asked him to kind of walk me through, for someone who might not know his background, like how he got to where he is. And he talked about, as I mentioned earlier, his experience, being a special ed teacher and, getting some chances in high school football coaching. And he has experience as a center, playing on the offensive line, and gave him a unique perspective and went through kind of his whole lineage and career steps to get to kind of where he is. And the fact that one of the things that really stood out to me was his experience in Atlanta, where he was around Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan and a whole bunch of other great coaches. Sorry, I got to sneeze, I think. It's not cooperating. Hopefully I don't do it to you without the mute button pressed. Anyway, the influences he had on his career and his offensive philosophy are pretty significant names on the offensive side of the ball. And I also mentioned earlier, he had experience coaching tight ends, a lot of tight end experience, which gives you a view into passing game, running game, run blocking, pass blocking, also offensive line play. There's a lot of things that goes into that. And then the fact that he's the assistant offensive line coach here and the running back coach. And, one of the things that was interesting is hearing him talk about designing running plays And that was one of the things that came up is when I asked him, like, why did it take as long as it did for the Seahawks run game to get going? And he said, one, something that we've talked about on this show, which is that outside zone in particular takes some time. It is something that requires coordination, not just with the linemen, but with the tight ends and the running backs. And to get that all coordinated and firing in harmony, it just takes some time. And so that was part of it. He also, I mentioned to him how much Matt Hasselbeck's always harping on how important the receivers are to the run game. And he spoke glowingly about how the receivers have really put in time. And obviously, as everyone does, mentions Cooper Kupp and the work that Cooper Kupp has done and the model that he has set as somebody who is really able to demonstrate what it looks like to be a leader on the team and take the run game that seriously. He said he's never had a receiver ask as many questions as Cooper Kupp does about the specifics, about how the play is supposed to work, the details of where, hands should be and what they're trying to do. And Justin said, linemen and running backs, they will get you first downs. Receivers get you touchdowns in the run game. And that's the philosophy that you are looking to have receivers finish out these runs in a way that allow, or block the runs in a way that allows running backs to finish them with their feet in the end zone. And it was great kind of hearing his philosophy on that. Just text in one person real quick. Sorry, I'll get back to this story in one moment. Sorry. Okay. So he clearly has a strong perspective on how the run game fits and what he respects. And all those coaches that I mentioned before, even Shanahan and McDaniel, they're steeped in the run game as well. So I loved all of that background. It was also really cool to kind of hear how he is, I joked with him at one point because John Benton was standing within earshot, and I said, yes, how can John Benton be a better offensive line coach? And I said it loud, and John Benton looked and started laughing. and he went on about how great of a coach John Benton has been. I was joking just to be funny, but I also like seeing their interplay matters because, as I've said before, it could be a situation where if Justin Houghton is given the job as the OC, he has been in the room with John Benton this whole season as an assistant offensive line coach. Their relationship could play a factor in whether John Benton decides to stick around or not. And there clearly is a lot of respect between the two of them. We went on and on about a bunch of additional things, not all of which I honestly can remember, at least clearly enough to do them justice. But I was left with the impression that this is a very grounded individual. He's somebody who is kind, conscientious, detailed, focused, very Mike McDonald-esque kind of coach. And I don't know, play calling, being all those things don't necessarily mean you are a good play caller. And we don't have enough of a track record to know what kind of a play caller he is. I will say that we have some evidence of what kind of play designer he is. He has been designing these run plays, and they have been working more and more. And he went into the room with Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet and the other running backs and Robbie Utes, and their play elevated when he was in that room. So we've seen that he can have a very clearly positive impact on this offense and on this team. All that's really good. I did not get a chance to talk to Jake Peetz. I'm going to do that tomorrow and or Wednesday and hopefully get some private, a good chunk of time with him and get a feel for where his head's at. I didn't like Jake Peets, without knowing him yet, and I reserve the right to change this, but my impression of him is this guy is super ambitious and is super eager to get an OC job and is just kind of hard charging after it. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Justin Houghton didn't give me that impression. Not that he's not interested in doing more and better, but there was a little bit more of a reserved nature to him and a little bit more of, I would say, maybe comfort with him. And so I liked it. I respect it. You know, as I said, I can't really give you a clarity of what kind of play caller he would be. But as far as a guy that I would say that's a leader in the room, I think he could do it. So it was a really good conversation with him. I also had some fun with players. So if you listen to the locker room stuff that I did last week with the Seahawks, I was going around asking players what questions I should ask of other players during media night. And one of my favorites came from Drake Thomas, who I had to wait to talk to him in the locker room because he was finishing playing a game of chess on his phone with Jake Bobo. And the two of them play chess like multiple times a day. And Drake Thomas was like, you got to ask Jake Bobo why Drake Thomas keeps kicking his ass and in chess. And so I wait. And I'm like, everyone's doing these super long 5-10 question interviews with these players. I wait to talk to Jake Bobo, and I was like, Jake, Drake Thomas has said that he wants to know why you keep getting your ass kicked in chess. And he looked at me and he's like, Drake told me this question might be coming. And I just want to say this is way overblown. I beat Drake all the time. He has been playing better lately, but it's clear that I am the best chess player. And I said, okay, I will follow up. So I went back to Drake, and this is like live last night. So I went back to Drake. I waited for a guy that, oh my God, he took 10 minutes to do an interview. Like, the etiquette of that was so off in this situation. You don't do a 10-minute interview like in the midst of all these people waiting to talk. Like, it's just very rude, but whatever. I waited for my one question. And so I said to Drake, I was like, all right, Jake Bobo says that you are lying about who is winning these chess matches and that he is the one that is winning. And Drake said, I knew he'd say that. I've got the scoreboard on my phone. I know who has more wins than the other. It's no question. So I was like, all right, this is what I needed to hear. And I made my way over to Mike McDonald, who was at the podium answering all sorts of serious questions. And I come in with the most non-serious question. I said, Mike McDonald, there is a locker room controversy that I need you to comment on. And I think he looked a little nervous, and Dave Pearson's standing next to him. And I'm sure he's like, Jesus, Nemhauser, like, what are you going to do? And I was like, Drake Thomas and Jake Bobo are both claiming to be the best chess player. I need you to settle this debate. Which one of them do you think is probably the best chess player? And Mike smiled and he said, well, you know, he started with Drake and he's like, Drake is a savant. So that was his word. He said savant. And so he started with Drake and then he's like, but Jake's also really smart. And so I think his heart was initially Drake, but then he realized he didn't really want to say one over the other. So he kind of equalized it. But out of all the fun, I thought the interesting little tidbit there was Mike McDonald saying Drake Thomas is a savant. And I think we've seen such a understated emergence from Drake Thomas this year on this squad and what he brings to the table. And everyone talks about his stature and being a little bit smaller, but he hits like a ton of bricks. He covers well. He blitzes well. He has tackles for loss in the run game. He does everything pretty well. And so much of it, I think, is his ability to study. And so, like, there's so many great players on this team. You don't get to be where we are right now, where they are right now, without being full of great players. But I think a guy like Drake Thomas is up there in my mind with AJ Barner as a guy that could just blow up in this game and really emerge. And think about Malcolm Smith as a Super Bowl MVP. I don't know that anybody would have picked Malcolm Smith as the guy to win Super Bowl MVP back when the Seahawks won it in 2013, but that's what happened. And so, I'll be really curious to see how Drake plays. And he's just such an easy guy to root for. I love his style of play. I love what he brings to the table. And I love that whole interaction last night with those guys. We also had a little bit of fun with Derek Hall. AJ Barner wanted me to ask him, and I said, Derek, important question. AJ Barner says, I need to ask you, who is the guy that most gets under your skin in practice? And he smiled. And he's like, well, AJ knows the answer to that question. AJ, and then he went on. He talked about how AJ Barner has really helped him as a player. And the funny thing was, before Derek knew that AJ had asked me to ask him, Derek asked me to ask AJ who helped him become a good blocker. And so I loved that Derek Hall and AJ Barner have this thing going on. And that's something I think you're not going to hear that anywhere else. It's something that just has come up in a playful way. But those two guys, think about how important both of those guys have been to this team and the mutual respect they have for each other. And these are both big alpha dudes that have been battling since the spring and really since last year. Their contributions to this team, are just massive. So fun time talking to those two guys. And it's funny. I'm actually I just saw Fred Warner walk in the room. He's being interviewed probably by, I think it looked like the 49ers media area, but anyway, yeah, nice to see. I see someone wearing a Niners t-shirt or sweatshirt. It's one of the most glorious parts of being down here. I'll admit it. As much as I love the fact that the Seahawks are here, that we're here, we're getting to experience this, all that. Amazing, super fun. This is probably the first time in my life that every time I see a 49ers logo, I smile. I'm just like, this has got to be torture for these people. I mean, last night at the opening night, fans are allowed to attend, and they're in this little cattled off area, behind these fences. They don't get to interact with the players or the coaches, but they can be there. And Scott Hansen, who does NFL Red Zone, was emceeing the event. And he's like, who here is a Patriots fan? And you go, you get a few cheers. And then who here is a Seahawks fan? You get some here, but you get actually hear some boos. And then I think he took the clue, and he's like, who here is a 49ers fan? Loudest cheer. And I laughed. I was like, you guys are coming to this event to watch the Seahawks play in your stadium. Oh my God. I loved it. I actually talked to some police officers outside on the way into the event. And I was like, all right, guys, I need your opinion on how this game's going to go. Who here's going to win this game? And they're all like, Niners. And I'm like, okay. And there's one guy goes, Seahawks. Turns out this officer grew up in Everett, and he said that he isn't allowed to wear his Seahawks gear in the precinct. But man, it's just been fun. It's been fun to see this group, to see all this happening, and to know that it is happening in the home of the 49ers. I'm not going to lie. I love that Jed York has to be here as a host. I love that he might have to be on the field when the Seahawks raise the trophy, hopefully, that they get to raise. All that's great. So that's been fun this week. And now the Seahawks have to close the deal. Any of you should know me well enough by now to know that I am in no ways assuming the Seahawks are going to win. You cannot assume anything in any of these games. But let's be honest. This is not the most intimidating matchup the Seahawks have had all year. It's not the second most intimidating. And I mean, because the first and the second are the Rams 1, the Rams 2, and the Rams 3. Like, they've played the Rams 3 times. Those were the toughest games they've had this year. And they've won 2 out of those 3. I think you could say that the 49ers, when they're going into the Week 18 game, people forget because the Seahawks dispatched of them so easily that, the 49ers are too beat up. 49ers hadn't punted for a month. Like, that was like Brock Purdy had 5 touchdowns in 3 games in a row, I believe. He definitely had it at least in 2 straight games. He was dealing. And then, you go in and he had never lost to the Seahawks or like all this stuff, right? Like, and the Seahawks dispatched with him. So at that point, I feel like the Patriots are somewhere in that mix of right around the 49ers. Probably, I would say, a cut above. But the Seahawks have played some, I think, pretty good teams, and they've come out on top there. Now, the thing that's probably going to give you the most pause in a game like this is unfamiliarity. And Mike Macdonald spent an offseason zeroing in on Kyle Shanahan's offense and scheme and Sean McVay's scheme. Now, Sean McVay happens to be somebody who is innovative enough and smart enough to be able to adapt on the fly and had the personnel to do some things. You're going to hear all week people talking about the Seahawks. I mean, they gave up all these yards to Puka Nacua and all these explosives to Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and the Rams. And that, hey, like Drake May and Matt Stafford are in the same breath as MVP 1 and MVP 2. Okay. But what happened between that second Rams game and this last Rams game is the Seahawks took away what was working for the Rams in the second game, all the in-breakers and all the over-the-middle stuff. And the Rams happen to have receivers that are good enough in Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua to be able to take you outside and win over the top. And that's not something that the Seahawks, anybody else has been able to do the Seahawks. You heard Robert Mays earlier talk about that. But I don't see the personnel on the Patriots to threaten the Seahawks the way the Rams had personnel to do it. So that's not to say I don't respect them or I don't think that they can do anything, but I don't think that you can say, all right, we're going to look at the explosives that the Rams got against the Seahawks, and we're just going to say the Patriots are going to be able to do the same thing. The Patriots have been the most explosive offense in the NFL, so that they are something for sure. But I don't think like the way you're going to do it is just beating guys one-on-one down the field. I don't think you can do what the Rams did. So I do think that's a little bit different. And one of the things I was going to show you guys, I've built this app this year. Let me see if I can find out where I put it. I built this app that does I think it's kind of cool. This cool thing that will compare. I'm going to bring it up here. NFL. All right, here it is. So what it does is I pull PFF data, and I can take any teams and their PFF grades, and it matches them up across different factors. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this up on screen so you guys can see what I've got here. And what's interesting about this is I could take, let's say, let's go back here. Okay. So I can take the Seahawks and I can say, let's say the 49ers. All right. And so what this will do is it'll take offense versus defense. So this is the Seahawks offensive grade versus the 49ers defensive grade. And then it tells you who has the advantage for that specific factor. So in this case, Seattle has the advantage. Then it's looking at the pass grade for the Seahawks versus the coverage grade for the 49ers. Seahawks have the advantage. Pass blocking versus pass rush. Run blocking versus run defense. Then you flip sides. When the 49ers have the ball, Seahawks defense versus the 49ers offense grades. Coverage versus passing, same thing. And then special teams. And at the bottom here, you'll see that there's this total differential across the teams. And it had the Seahawks as a 115-point advantage. When you look at all those factors and all those grades, that's a pretty sizable advantage. Let's do that now with the Rams. All right. So there's a logic to why I'm doing this, so you guys can follow along. So now we're going to look at the Rams. And I'm not going to look at all the individual matchups for this one, but you scroll all the way to the bottom and you see a 30.4 advantage for the Rams. So that's a big difference, right? You go from 100 and whatever it was in favor of the Seahawks to a 30-point favorite for the Rams. That's meaningful, right? Now let's look at the Patriots. Let's see where the Patriots fall in this. So we'll go and we'll look through these individually in a second, but I scroll down to the bottom. Seahawks have a 34-point advantage over the Patriots by this measure. And this is not predictive. I'm not saying this tells you any answer. It's just another kind of indicator. But I think that's roughly how I feel about this game. I felt like the Seahawks had significant advantages against the 49ers. I felt like the Rams had some pretty significant advantages against the Seahawks. I thought the Seahawks had some advantages against them as well. I will say that I felt like the Seahawks advantages against the Rams were more, they were harder to count on. Like, basically the Rams had a defense that was flawed, but that Rams defense had really challenged the Seahawks offense so far this year. So it was hard to go in there feeling super confident that the Seahawks offense was going to run over that Rams defense. Turned out they were able to, and that's essentially why they won, because the Rams offense pretty much dominated against the Seahawks defense. So now you've got this, and basically it's got the Seahawks favored, or at least having a advantage over the Patriots, roughly the same as what the Rams had over the Seahawks. And keep in mind, the Seahawks will beat the Rams. So when you look through this, this is looking at a few different factors. You see Seahawks offense 86 versus the Patriots defense 79. Now, someone would say the Patriots defense has been playing a lot better lately. So there's a little bit of a weighted factor that might not be included in this because this is full season grades. Passing, this one's interesting. Passing grade for the Seahawks 80, coverage grade for the Patriots 90. So advantage Patriots. The Patriots have some really good corners. We've talked about that. They've got a good safety. There's some real quality coverage players for the Patriots. Pass blocking for the Seahawks versus pass rush for the Patriots. Small advantage for the Patriots, right? Milton Williams, Christian Barrymore, Chason. Like, they've got some guys. Not huge, but some. And then run blocking for the Seahawks versus run defense for the Patriots. Similarly, small advantage for the Seahawks here. So this at least implies that the Seahawks have a little bit of a disadvantage in the air and a little bit of an advantage when running. Don't know. Like, I wouldn't place a bet based off these numbers, but I do think that it's interesting to see. You flip sides, when the Patriots have the ball on offense, you've got the Seahawks with a very small advantage for overall defense versus the Patriots offense, 2.4 points better for the Seahawks defense. When you look at coverage, Seahawks have a advantage. 90 grade as a coverage unit versus 81 as a passing offense for the Patriots. When you look at pass rush, advantage Seahawks. It's a small one. Seahawks pass rush versus the Patriots pass blocking, 3.2 point advantage. Run defense for the Seahawks versus run offense or run blocking for the Patriots, 17.7 point advantage. That is the largest difference between these two teams. The Seahawks run defense versus the Patriots run blocking. That's one of the things I think is going to be huge. The Patriots are a team that is very dedicated to running the ball. And if you are able to stop them the way the Seahawks have pretty much every rushing offense this year, that's something the Patriots have not had to deal with as much. It's going to put even more pressure on Drake May to overcome a really good, really smart, really well-coached defense and very complicated coverage group. So that was something that was interesting to me. Getting an update from HB Jr., who is about to get on a train headed north to meet me up here. So he'll probably be here midday. We'll regroup by then. So, and you get to special teams. And a little bit of an advantage for the Seahawks, 90 grade for them versus an 83 grade for the Patriots. So again, overall 34-point edge for the Seahawks, which is, meaningful, but not massive. To give you like a more extreme, let's talk about another playoff team, the Carolina Panthers, who the Seahawks played earlier this year. If you compare their grades, Seahawks had 120-point advantage. As I showed you before, over the 49ers, it was a 115-point advantage. You could say, like, how would they have done against the Eagles, let's say? If you put the Eagles on here, a 53-point advantage for the Seahawks. So you can kind of go all the way through. If it had been the Denver Broncos instead of the New England Patriots, 30-point advantage for the Seahawks, and that's with Bo Nix. So, I don't think this is an end-all be-all of deciding who is going to win this game, but I do think it is a little interesting to see where these teams have some advantages and where this game might end up and why the point spread has not moved an inch. 4.5 points. It has just stayed solid. There's no movement. And I think all the money's coming in on Seattle. In fact, what I saw is some of the most prominent bets are taking the Seahawks plus minus even more points, like minus 7.5. And so if you're at all a conspiracy theorist, which I know some of you are, there's a lot of money that that Vegas is going to lose if the Seahawks win this game. And they're going to lose a lot of money if Seahawks win this game by a lot. So if anything like super weird happens in this game, officiating otherwise, it'll pique my interest. And look, you know what? Vegas, you're going to make it back one way or another. Please don't screw us. Please don't do that. We already got screwed out of one Super Bowl. Don't make it happen a second time. This city doesn't deserve it. Our city doesn't deserve it. Our team doesn't deserve it. Our fan base doesn't. So let's just let the best team win. And we'll find a way to make your money back probably in a day anyway on something else. All right, let me check some super chats here. This is from Dalen Vasquez. Says, would like to see McDonald attack when Henderson is on the field, have a design Nick rush or offbeat rush with DeMarcus Lawrence. Yeah, smart thing there. As I've told you guys, Travion is the worst pass protecting running back in the NFL this year by PFF. He's given up 40 pressures. His pass block snap to pressure rate is the worst. It's really, really bad. So he's a liability. He only got 4 snaps against the Broncos, I think partially because they did not trust him to pick up some of the pass protection rules. And the Seahawks, I don't know. I love how good the Seahawks are. I don't feel like the Seahawks pass rush is as ferocious as either Houston's or Denver's. I'm sure I'm going to take some crap for that. That's fine. You guys know I'm very pro on this team. I think they're a better combination of edge and interior overall on the Broncos than there is on the Seahawks. I do. I think Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and what they bring off the edge combined with Zach Allen inside and some of the other guys they've got, I think that is a more dynamic overall rush package than what the Seahawks have. I do think the Seahawks have guys that can absolutely make life miserable, but we'll see. We will see how the Patriots hold up. We'll see how the Seahawks attack. All right. This is just Ethernet Fund. Great work, Brian. Go Hawks from Simon Miller. Thank you, Simon. I will say, man, dropping the $1,100 on Ethernet was a hard swallow this morning. I'm like, well, that'll eat into like, am I going to leave this week actually having lost money? It's possible. It's definitely possible. You know, but I will tell you something. I really appreciate folks that are supporting financially. I'm also appreciating folks that are not supporting financially, but are supporting by supporting our partners. You know, that's a big help for me, and being patient, knowing that there's going to be some more ad reads this week, and also just watching the show. The more people that are watching, that's all you got to do. Honestly, if you watch the show, that helps. So I appreciate everyone that's doing that, and we'll do our best to give you the best possible coverage. All right, we're about 5 minutes away from Sam Monson of Check the Mic joining us. I'm going to take a quick break, rest my voice, as we've got a lot coming up for you. After Sam Monson, we are going to have Derrik Klassen at 11:30, and then we're going to roll into Matt Harmon of Reception Perception at 12:15. So lots more to come on this day 2 from Radio Row. And who knows? You can't predict who I will run into next and pull over here to have a conversation. So hopefully you guys are having fun. Hopefully you're enjoying hanging out with us all day today. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Hold on, and I'll see you soon. All right, everybody, we are back. Radio Row is a funny place. It's a funny place.
Are we back officially? Is it Radio Row again? Because it was Media Row for a few years.
I think it's the Media Center or something.
Okay,
is what
Radio Row on. It's like the stadiums, like Geha Field at whatever it is, or whatever the field is at Mile High. Now it's Radio Row at the Media Center.
I like the way Radio Row rolls off the tongue, and
it's better. It's just it is kind of anachronistic when you consider how many of the people here are not radio.
But the game of football is also full of things like that, right?
Yeah,
so, the pigskin and there's all sorts of things. But we're here with Sam Monson of Check the Mic podcast. And I've been watching Sam and his buddy Steve walk. Like, your steps must be up there at 20K every day. You guys are burning up the carpet here, walking around. What's going on?
My steps will be high. Steve's will be about 2/3 of mine, just because he has to take fewer steps to move the same distance.
For people that don't know, Steve is like a giant. What is he, 6'4"?
6'10".
He's 6'10".
Yeah. This is the thing. My entire week at Super Bowl, Senior Bowl, anywhere we go live, right? My entire week is people being like, "Wait, you're not 5'4"? Like what?" Because I'm 5'11" and I look like a child standing next to Steve at all times, right? And in our studio at home in Cincinnati, it's kind of okay because we knew about that when we were building it, and our table is 8 feet wide to separate us as much as possible, so you don't see. But when we go somewhere on location and we're sitting like this, like we used to get the table here and we do our show, and there's no hiding it when you're 2 feet away. It's like he's just twice my size. Like he literally weighs like 110 to 20, depending on the day, pounds more than I do. And I'm normal size and he's not. But there's no way of conveying that on camera.
No, it's like when I interview AJ Barner, I'm always like, can we sit down for this interview?
Right.
Because no matter how many times I do it, there's always a comment like, how short is Brian?
Right.
I'm like average height. I'm not tall, but I'm like 5'9". Like
we interviewed Antonio Gates from Radio Row the day after he didn't get in the Hall of Fame, actually, the first, whenever that was, a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And so it was a 3-person thing in this table, and it was Steve, Antonio Gates, and me. And Antonio Gates is a former NFL tight end at like 6'5", 250 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm closer to his size than Steve is. I need an NFL tight end sitting next to me at all times just for like scale context with Steve.
Well, Sam, one of the things, I don't know how many people, everyone listens to Check the Mic. You guys do great stuff. Like I tell people on this show, I've become spoiled. You talk about it, football enough. You dive into the details enough. You start being pretty particular about who you listen to because they're not really adding anything new.
Right.
I listen to the Athletic Football Show. I listen to Nate Tice and what they do at Football 3 and 1. I listen to you guys, and that's probably about it at this point. And one of the things I appreciate about you guys, besides the fact that great content and the chemistry between you guys is great, is I've seen you at the Senior Bowl. I've seen you interact with folks, and I'm sure you've noticed there are media people that think they're a big deal.
Sure.
Like more than players, more than coaches that think they're hot shit. You make time. You and Steve are both humble, kind, have stayed grounded through all of this rapid meteoric rise. I have a ton of respect for that. The world needs more people like that. So kudos on that.
Well, thank you. It's funny. We always take the approach of our job is ridiculous. We're lucky enough that enough people like us that we've been able to turn this thing into an actual full-time profession. But we came through, and this is part of it as well. We came through PFF when media in PFF was your third job, right? It was at best you were a grader, you were a data collector, you were something else in the business, and then if you had time, you could do some media stuff and. That was an important thing as well. But it was it was never seen as a priority. It certainly wasn't seen as something you could do as your full-time job, at least to begin with. So we spent years being conditioned to the idea that what we do is kind of a joke, right? The idea that this is an actual career is kind of crazy. And so we appreciate it and we think it's funny. It's not, can't take that seriously. We talk about the game for a living. It's crazy.
Yes.
So, I was having this conversation with someone before, the crazy thing, right? The paternity leave, right? And somebody was talking about the serious and the job. It's this is every one of these careers is kind of a joke. It's a sport. We're playing a game for money. It's ridiculous. And we're talking about people playing a game for money. Like, you can't, this is not the same as a doctor. Like, this is not a serious profession, right? So, yeah, we don't take it seriously. We treat it as kind of funny. I mean, I did a journalism master's, so I've kind of been through the serious side of the journalism world as well. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of like legacy journalists that have a very inflated sense of their own self-importance. Like last year when the Super Bowl was in New Orleans, the media, like the workroom and stuff for the game, was basically in the parking lot in the Superdome, right? So like level 3 beneath the stadium, they just like threw down a carpet on the parking lot. We're like, all right, this is the media center. And we're like, all right, I mean, fine. There were journalists there that I won't name who were like, we walked in with one of them who was like on the phone, like livid at the disrespect being shown to the journalists, that this was what they were doing to us. A carpet on the parking lot. What are we doing here? You know, like, you know, they didn't do it to insult you. They did it because like they don't have the space, right? There's another 5,000 people they got to find room for, and the room they found was the parking lot. So deal with it.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because the amount of like whining I saw from these established media folks last night about opening night, and that the space was bad and it was a warehouse. I mean, honestly, my first time going to opening night, and I was like, this is great. Like talking to people, I can move around. There's enough space. It didn't even occur to me for a second that there was something to criticize.
Well, so to be clear, I'm kind of hypocritical because I'll happily complain about it. But I understand that, you know, it is that way for a reason, because they don't really care about journalists, nor should they. Really, right? No. Like, so this week is interesting because San Francisco is kind of a terrible place to host a Super Bowl, because everything's an hour away.
Yes, it's tough.
You know, so that, like, I'll complain about that, but it happens because they don't care that the journalists have to go an hour out of their way. And again, they probably shouldn't.
Yes.
Like, I don't, you know, it's not, why should the NFL give a crap if a busload of journalists have to sit there for an hour to get to wherever they need to get to? Like, that's not their problem.
Yeah, I think what I care about from people in the media that cover football is you got to do one of two things, ideally both. One, tell a good story. Like, find a good story, tell a good story. Like, that's one. Two, like, have an insight that someone else doesn't have, maybe a point of view. And that doesn't mean a hot take.
Sure.
That means a reasoned, researched, like, logical insight that maybe someone else doesn't have. If you don't have either one of those things, and I'm thinking about, we'll throw a name, like Emmanuel Ocho or whatever. Like, every time he comes up on my Twitter feed, I'm like, I don't think I could have seen like a worse perspective on football. And he just keeps coming out, and he keeps like, I have no interest in that. I try to block it out because it seems like there are fewer really quality perspectives out there. And I think, you know, I hunt for them.
Well, this is the thing, right? Is you also have to navigate the world of, you know, disingenuous actors. Like Emmanuel Acho is not he's not doing it for the same reasons that we're doing it, right? He's not doing it because he's interested in the game and he wants to, you know, give his nuanced, genuine, honest opinion on whatever's happening. He is trying to navigate the world of clicks and exposure, and he's trying to become Stephen A. Smith effectively, right? Like somewhere along, so you saw, I mean, obviously everyone saw the thing where he put out the take of like, Shedeur shouldn't listen to Todd Monken because what's Todd Monken ever won, right? Like, obviously that was a ridiculous take to begin with, but it was designed to be a ridiculous take.
Yes.
Like, it was supposed to get, it did what it was supposed to, right? It got everybody going, what an idiotic take, and everybody talked about it, and it did like 10 million views on Twitter or whatever.
Yep.
Job achieved.
Yep.
And so he came back with a clip from the show where he's like, you know, someone had called him out, and he's like, oh, well, I've done this, and he was listing all of his achievements of, you know, like the book that he wrote, and he'd been on Oprah and blah, blah. I'm like, this is the reason to dislike your take even more. This isn't justification. This is you could be so much more. Like, you are, this is what, like, Acho is one of the people that I have the least respect for in the industry because it's performative. It's not who he is.
Yes.
Skip Bayless, for all his faults, I think is genuinely that unhinged, right? And
yeah.
I go back and forth on which is worse, but I think I end up saying the guy that genuinely believes the crazy stuff that he comes out with, there's only so much you can do about that. If
Sure.
he's that crazy, he's that crazy. Good luck to him. The people that put it on because they know it'll get engagement, I think those people annoy me more. And Acho is definitely one of those people. He is actually very intelligent, and he started off doing these film breakdowns that were actually really insightful and really good. And then he wrote, the books that he wrote, and they were at least, they were thoughtful. And then he became somewhere along the line, he's like, you know what? I could use that, and I could turn that into the capacity to think up stupid things that'll piss people off. And that's what he does now.
Well, speaking of stupid things that will piss people off, let's share our opinions about this game.
Yeah.
And you know what? Before we get into this game, we talked to you a few times last season. Haven't talked to you yet this year. Tell us about your initial impressions of what the Seahawks did this offseason.
Yeah.
And your journey with what the team has then done since then.
So I would say I would characterize my initial analysis of their offseason as fairly negative.
Mhm.
It wasn't as bad as Mina Kimes. I've seen the receipts on her where she was
Yes.
like, this is just flat out a terrible move.
Yes.
I'm pretty careful now to never go that far on pretty much anything, because I know, I've been burned too many times already by doing it that you don't know, right? As much
Yep.
as you think this might be an idiotic thing, the 5% might hit, and then you look stupid. So I'm usually careful to one step back from the precipice and be like, all right, this is as far as I'm willing to go. But I was relatively negative. I was like, look, Geno Smith has been a very good quarterback for this team. You saw at the end of last season, when Geno wasn't the quarterback for a week or two, just how bad the offensive line was. Like it almost needed him not to be in the lineup for you to go, oh, wow, this is actually even worse than we thought it was. So, you ship away a quarterback that's actually been very good for them. You ship away the number one receiver you have. You didn't know yet that JSM was going to become the guy that he became. The hopes were there that he could step into that role, but that's an unknown. And then you bring in Darnold, and that's an unknown as well. It's like you don't know what he's going to be based off how the year ended. Two of the worst games we've ever seen, like full reversion to seeing ghosts, Jets, Sam Darnold. You're like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, does he bounce back immediately? Is that just a one-off bad day at the office? Or like, did he just forget everything he learned in the last year and he's back to being the guy that couldn't play? All of this was an unknown. And I saying is, look, you don't know how much of their hand was forced, right? How much was Geno saying, I'm not going to re-sign for what you're putting on the table. I want out, DK the same thing. But overall, I was like, this is a really risky offseason. They've upset the apple cart a lot. And there's nothing they've done is a guaranteed upgrade. Like they would be probably doing well to just stay level with where they were before. And then you've got the draft to come and we'll see. But basically everything they did hit everything and both sides of it. Like I was talking to somebody recently and they were like, I don't separate sides of it have to go your way for it to look good, right? Like the Geno thing, Geno has to be bad for the Raiders and Darnold has to be good for that to make sense. If either one of those things doesn't go your way, at least it's not. And yet all of it hit. Like Geno played like one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. Darnold played like one of the best. You look like a genius.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting because I think there's a little bit of priors on Geno that got pulled into that as well.
I mean,
as someone who actually defended Geno Smith, liked the way he played, I think even for Mina, I'm not going to speak for her, but there's a lot of people that spoke on his behalf for years because people said he wasn't that good. And so you have that, and then you go into the Sam Darnold thing, and those two things combining, that was a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people.
But also, people treat players like they don't change, right? So people don't tend to change their opinions on players, particularly quarterbacks. It's like, this is who this guy is, the end, in perpetuity, right? And a guy like Geno, I mean, he's been bad, he's been good, he's been bad, right? Like he went up and down. That people can't handle that. It's like, no, he was either always bad or he was always good, right? There's no in between. Whereas in the reality, most of these guys, their performance is changing year to year, sometimes quite radically, and people cannot handle that nuance, even independent of, well, what does the supporting cast around him look like? How much of it was their fault or their credit as well? So a guy like Geno is just the perfect storm for like bad takes because nobody's ever going to actually navigate all the various different factors involved correctly.
And I think it's one of those things. We're talking to Sam Monson from the Check the Mic podcast, and the Seahawks, I said this at the time, by the way, this isn't a new evaluation. John Schneider's plan A was Geno Smith,
right?
Was DK Metcalf. It was Will Fries, by the way. Those three, they wanted all those guys on this team. Geno didn't want to sign. DK refused, and requested a trade. And Will Fries required, like, he did not want to take a physical. So he just signed directly with Minnesota. Those three things happen. If they didn't have their perspective on that, the Seahawks don't have Sam Darnold. They don't have the cap space that they saved. They don't have Cooper Kupp or DeMarcus Lawrence, who likely would have been, they certainly would have been able to afford DeMarcus Lawrence. And they likely don't draft Gray Zabel with the first pick because they already got a guard and they like Nicky Manwari as much as they did. Mm-hmm. So this is a huge butterfly effect that John Schneider's smart enough to not like take a victory lap about. He knows that this was not the plan. You do need a little bit of fortune.
Like half the NFL is, plan A went out the window because some other things happened and we pivoted to plan B, and either that got really unlucky or it got really lucky. And that's the way of the world. Like, and yet again, from the outside, it's just, you give them 100% credit or 0% credit for any of that stuff. It's always more nuanced than that, and often relies on a ton of luck and things that were completely outside of your control.
So outside of the obvious with Sam Darnold, what's the part of the way the Seahawks have come together this season that most surprised you?
I don't know that any of it is that surprising once we saw how good they were going to be with Darnold. Earlier they've been, I think, one of the best, if not the best team for most of the season. There was a while we were like, the only thing that's missing, like the only Achilles heel or potential Achilles heel, is the run game. And that shouldn't be an Achilles heel because, we love Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet. Like, the talent is there. It should be a good collection of the talent is there in the backfield. So it should be a good run game collectively. And it wasn't. And then it's become that as the season's gone on. I think generally the offensive line has obviously improved as the season's gone on, but it's not a shock like it should as things go. I guess Abraham Lucas putting on the cowboy collar and then becoming one of the better right tackles in the NFL, that's pretty surprising. But outside of that, it's a good team that's been getting better.
I was surprised you didn't go offensive line because when you and I talked last year, it was, man, I really thought that they would go offensive line last year in the first round. Yeah. I was like, I think they're going to go defense. I think, like we talked about, I like Byron Murphy. I like Jared Verse. Those are the two guys that I kept coming back to, and that's not revisionist. And they didn't. And then offensive line again was an absolute disaster. And then this year is like, okay, they go after Will Fries. They don't get him. And then they draft Gray Zabel, who you and I both saw in Mobile. I think Gray Zabel's performance in Mobile was as impressive as Nicky Manwari's performance at the Combine.
Absolutely.
I think you could make the case the Seahawks got the two guys that had the most impressive individual workouts of the run-up to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, nobody did that this year, right? There was nobody this year in Mobile who had start to finish just a dominant week where they absolutely kicked ass. And Zabel was particularly impressive because he was doing it at every different position on the offensive line. It's not like they just plugged him in one spot and he was dominant there. They were moving him snap to snap. He was playing different positions, different sides. And no matter where he was playing, no matter who he was up against, he was just amazing. So I think he was the best player at the entire Senior Bowl week and consistent through pretty much every single day of practice as well. That doesn't happen that often. And, we go back and forth on sort of how much signal is there in these Senior Bowl practices and guys dominating, guys not, and all that kind of thing. I don't know necessarily if the evidence backs this up, but the more consistent, like if you have a week where you're just start to finish the best player on either team in either practice every day, no matter what position you're being asked to play, I feel like I'm willing to go to bat for that guy. I don't know if the data would say that's smart, but I would hitch my wagon to that guy. And the Seahawks did, and Gray Zabel's, I think, a great player.
So when you look at this Patriots team, let's switch sides and talk there. Do you think it's more surprising that the Seahawks are in the Super Bowl or more surprising that the Patriots are in the Super Bowl?
I think the Patriots, like the Seahawks, at least there was a lot of unknowns. You're like, oh, look, if Darnold, I mean, we saw last year, right? Darnold plays like that level, the team can win 14 games and they can be a contender. Like that's all that really happened again is he just replaced Minnesota for Seattle. But the rosters were, I think, vaguely comparable. So that part made sense. the Patriots coming into the season, we were like, this team, I think, has the broadest range of outcomes of any team in the NFL. They could win, 4 games again. Like everything they did to fix, quote unquote, offensive line and wide receiver, none of it works again. And Drake May doesn't take a step forward, and we're just exactly where we were a year ago with a different coach. Or some of that stuff could come together immediately because they've thrown a lot at it. Mike Vrabel's a really good coach, getting the best out of talent. We saw that in Tennessee. And then if Drake May takes a step, like this team could win 11, 12 games. Now, even with that expectations, you're like, nobody saw this. Like nobody saw 11, 12 games and then, more, and then the playoff run. Now, part of that is schedule based. Like I don't know that when we were talking about them going into the season, I don't think we were really factoring how easy the schedule would be and that it would continue into the playoffs in terms of every quarterback they face is either going to be hurt or implode. But I think, we knew they could be good, but it turns out they might actually be great as well.
Yeah, I'm interested in your thoughts on the schedule thing because I feel like Seahawks fans, especially ones that have stayed on focused on the team for a long time, have a unique perspective. Like the 2005 Seahawks played in a division that no team other than them won more than 6 games.
Right.
They played the Indianapolis Colts that year in a game that was really a big deal, but Colts had already secured home field. Peyton Manning only played like 20 snaps in that game. They played the Eagles after Donovan McNabb was injured. Then in the playoffs, they go against what was then the 10-win Washington Redskins team. Then they go the Panthers, and Steve Smith had upset their way through the wild card all the way to the NFC Championship. They had a very easy path all the way. You can't tell me that was not an excellent Seahawks football team that deserved to be there. So it's hard for me to discount the Patriots because they played who they played, but you do wonder, like, have they faced a team as good as the Seahawks?
No, I don't think they have. I think you could say the tests that they've had this year, 2 games against Buffalo. Maybe you can put Baltimore in there as well. The Ravens weren't as good as people thought they would be this year, but they did actually show up for that game, play pretty well.
Did have Tyler Huntley play a decent chunk of that game too.
That's true. So it's the way I liken it is it's like playing the game on easy mode in Madden, right? You can, like, if you go and beat somebody or you go beat the computer, 60-0, it doesn't mean you can't play on hard mode. You just haven't, right? So they're not mutually exclusive. It would be crazy to look at the Patriots schedule again, even into the playoffs, where Justin Herbert working behind literally the worst offensive line in the NFL, like to the point where you can't really win games that way. Even though they did, you can't beat the better teams that way. A CJ Stroud Texans team where Stroud melted down again. I mean, he did it the week before in Pittsburgh, and I think everyone just kind of assumed he's not going to do that 2 weeks in a row. But you were like, but if he does, they're screwed. I mean, you can't win like that against a decent team. So he did that, and then the following week they didn't even have their quarterback. They had Jarrett Stidham. That it's undeniably a charmed existence to have literally the easiest schedule in league history for the regular season, and then that's your playoff run. But that doesn't mean you can't beat the better teams. It just means you haven't had to play them yet, right? Yes. So we don't know really what happens if you jump the difficulty setting from easy to hard, which is what's going to happen now.
What do you think is going to happen?
I think they'll hang. I don't think that this is a team that's going to get exposed the second they play a good team. I think their defense is really good. Like, that's the thing. I feel like this is a close game because I think New England's defense is for real. And I think, that's the other element. You can talk about Herbert and Stroud and Jarrett Stidham, but I think, again, how much is that those guys just not showing up that day, and how much it is the Patriots defense causing those really bad days? And I think it's probably some of both. But the Patriots defense, I think, is a real factor in this game. The offense has been struggling in the playoffs relatively, but they've also faced 3 consecutive top 5 defenses. So as much as the quarterback schedule they've been facing is kind of a farce, they face legit defenses in bad weather, by the way. So, you can probably dismiss a lot of the downturn of their offensive production just to that. They faced elite defenses in crappy conditions. That's probably most of it right there. Take one of those things away in terms of conditions, still facing an elite defense. But if just because it's not windy, snowy, and rainy, Drake May's able to look like the MVP candidate again, well, then suddenly you've got a real ball game.
Yeah, and one of the things there that, we talk about quality analysis, and this might fall short of that, but it's honestly just a feel from watching the Patriots. I don't know, they have some real quality players. Christian Gonzalez is great. Milton Williams is great. Barrymore is great. I think one of their safeties is very good. Carlton Davis is playing really well. So it's not like they're like lacking talent. It's not a no-name defense. Mm-hmm. But when I watch that defense, they're sound and they're well coached and they don't beat themselves. And there's something to, like, when you watch enough football, a defense that just plays the game the right way, tackles well, is in the right places. Those aren't easy defenses to run away from.
Right.
And so that's what I see from the Patriots. Like, it's not I don't think it's an elite defense. I think you need a little bit more top shelf talent to make that possible. But I don't see a defense that I'm like, man, this is going to be ugly.
No.
And I think that's what maybe some people are missing out on.
Yeah, I don't. Their defense is good. You're right. It may be they don't have the elite talent that some other teams do, but Milton Williams made a huge difference as soon as he came back, like instant impact. Gonzalez is top tier. They've got some very good players, and Mike Vrabel is a great coach. I mean, his Tennessee teams always overachieve relative to the talent that they had. You're like, you look at who they've got out there, like, there's no way this team is that good, and they were consistently that good. So I think he's making a huge impact. I think that defense is very, very good, and it's confusing as well. You're right. It's sound. It doesn't give up big plays, but it also disguises very well. It also tricks opposing quarterbacks very well. And if the one lingering concern I think that you still have to have for Seattle is, does Darnold have a bad day at the offense, right? Because the Rams had his number for a while. Even the second game this year against the Rams, he actually played pretty well, but they got him twice, right? Mm-hmm. They got him with two really good disguises, and he fell for it both times. And they were back-breaking turnovers in that game.
Yep.
Red zone turnover, almost a pick six, right? Basically a pick six.
Yep.
Like, the Patriots could do that. I mean, that defense is good and clever enough that they could catch him twice. And if they catch him twice and he turns the ball over twice, I mean, that's huge. You know, it's a 4.5 point spread or whatever it is. Like, that, those could be 14 points if they go the Patriots' way.
What's your last question for you? What's your expectation of how this game will play out?
I think it's either a very close game that, breaks one way or the other down to a couple of plays, or I can see a scenario where Seattle's defense is just too much. They completely murder the Patriots' offense, and they just don't have the answer the other way. And so I can see Seattle winning comfortably. The one result I can't really see is the other way. Like, I can't really see a world where the Patriots win this game comfortably. I feel like it's either very close, it's nip and tuck, they're two very good teams, and each defense can cancel the other offense out. Or I can see a world where Seattle is they're just a juggernaut, they're too good. I can't see the Patriots doing the same thing, though.
All right. Tell folks what you've got coming up over on Check the Mic for them to watch.
Yeah, we're getting into off-season, which is, I think, it's the most fun time for a lot of us. So we'll be doing draft, focusing on free agency as well. Just team building is how we term these off seasons. I think most of the league has already been there, right, for a few weeks, focusing on team building, how we're going to get better, how we're going to fix this. We're going around this week talking to people about fixing their team in 60 seconds. So yeah, just off-season stuff.
Sam, appreciate you, man.
No problem.
Have a great rest of your week. I'll see you around burning the carpet back and forth.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Sam Monson from Check the Mic. Make sure you check out his stuff. And we are going to be talking to Derrik Klassen here in just a moment. So he's going to be here in just a couple minutes. And I see 6'10" Steve walking back and forth. So folks, if you haven't already, give the show a like and click subscribe, please do. It would be great to have you along. And if you haven't already, go on over to simplyseattle.com, use code HawkBlogger15, get yourself 15% off the best Seattle sports gear you're going to find. And, wear it on game day. Find your new good luck gear for the Seahawks. All that and more coming up for you soon. So just to set things up, we've got Derrik Klassen coming up here in just a couple. And then at 12:15, we are going to talk to Matt Harmon of Reception Perception, who I'm looking at right now. He's getting ready to do his Yahoo Sports hit. And, man, this guy, he's built like a football player, I'll tell you. Like, you wouldn't necessarily know it from his online presence. But this guy, he's an intimidating foe. So we'll bring him on in a little bit. And I think after we talk to Matt, we will wrap for at least the first opening session. We already have done 3 hours we will have done another hour by then. So we'll do a 4-hour show today. And then there's a chance that we'll do more later today. But most likely, I mean, I've got Seahawks Collective coming up at 5 o'clock tonight, so I'll have to make time for that. But, you know, hopefully you guys are enjoying all these conversations. I know I am. That's generally my rule. If I'm enjoying myself, I hope that at least somebody out there is also enjoying themselves. And I appreciate everyone who's tuning in. All right. So while we wait for Derrik, let me just check to see if there's any other super chats that I missed. Let me head over to Venmo, see if there's any Venmo super chats that I missed. And I'm happy to answer those questions for you all. Thanks for everyone who's been supporting the show, making this all possible. You guys have heard me mention some of the expenses associated with covering the team and covering this trip, and appreciate, you know, all the different ways you guys are supporting. So for whatever reason, Venmo is not wanting to let me. Oh, there we go. Okay, hopefully it's gonna let me log in now. And I can see if there's any super chats. Venmo.com/Brian-Nemhauser. Here comes Derrik. Cindy Shell donated $100. This is so nice. Wanted to chip in to help with the Ethernet. I'm so looking forward to your coverage Super Bowl week. Very, very nice. Come on and sit down, Derrik. I will get some more of these super chats in a second, but we're not going to make our guest wait. Derrik Klassen of the Athletic Football Show. We're just going to go through the Athletic Football Show hosts.
Right, I saw Robert here earlier.
We've had Robert, we've got Derrik. We'll see Dave at some point. But first of all, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
You live down in Cali, yes?
Yeah, I was able to drive here. I'm from Fresno, so like 3-hour drive, not too bad.
All right. So I asked this of Robert as well. You know, what was your first Super Bowl that you covered?
Last year, actually.
Okay,
like,
this is relatively new.
In terms of like going
Yes,
to the Super
yes.
Bowl, last year was the first one. So New Orleans, incredible city to start with. Like it's a great city, especially that time of year, right? It's like 65 to 70 degrees.
Yeah.
Humidity's not quite as bad. That was a great city, but that was, I think for me, like Radio Row was cool. It was an awesome experience, but like sitting down at the 50-yard line for the first time was like a, wow, I really get to do this type of situation. So yeah, last year was the first one. This is the second one. It all still feels very fresh to me. So it's very fun.
That's a great contrast to Robert, who's been like, his first was the first Seahawks Patriots Super Bowl.
It was a decade ago.
Yes, yeah. Right. And so I'm curious, like, what after your first experience last year, did you come back with like, I think I'm going to do this exactly the same, and maybe I'm going to do this a little different?
Well, I don't know. This wasn't necessarily a personal decision, but at our booth, when we get to talk to players and stuff, we're going to do a little bit more. We've got our telestrator. We're going to like actually break down a little bit of football with these guys. I actually talked to Fred Warner about an hour ago, and he was as good as you would think he is. Like, he's just an incredible guy, and he was give us a really good breakdown. And so we wanted to do a little bit more of like, I'm sure these guys go around and just answer a bunch of the same questions at every booth for, 2 hours. And so we just thought it'd be nice to like actually get them to talk about football, especially guys like Fred Warner, who are so cerebral. So wanted to do that. And then in terms of other stuff I've got to come and do, I've got to dress as Chiefsaholic tomorrow because I lost our win spool bet, which I did not have to do last year. Robert did that. And so that part of it is a little bit different for me. We'll see how that goes.
Fill me in on what that looks going to be, because I'll see it, but I want to know, like, what am I preparing for?
So I've got like full wolf costume. It's obviously the base. And then people got to know it's me. So I had to cut the face out of the wolf mask. So the wolf mask looks insane, by the way. And then I've got some Zubaz pants. It's a classic for him. And then I actually have he usually has like a Chiefs t-shirt or like a jersey, obviously. But I found like a Chiefs shirt that has like a caricature of him as the wolf on it. So it's very meta in that way.
I like loser punishments that are contained to a day or a few hours. Mm-hmm. The ones where I hear like you've got to like eat 10 hot dogs a day for like 6 months. I'm like, come on, man.
That's unreasonable.
No.
Yeah. You can ruin my life for like 5 hours and that's fine. Yes. Anything after that, like we're just being unreasonable. And two, I was thinking like with this punishment, I think being in Radio Row is going to be not that bad. Like everyone here, like I will be one of many clowns at the circus.
Oh yes.
The walking here, I think is going to be what's going to be, that's going to be tough.
I think in some ways it's a reward. You're going to get like a lot of fun conversations that you might not have otherwise had. People are going to come up to you. You probably get some experiences you wouldn't have had without that. So I kind of see it as a reward. But Derrik, I mean, we talked to you before this NFC Championship game, which, man, we looked at it like DVOA has been. I think DVOA has had as good of a season as anybody, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's had a lot of things right this year, and one of the things it had is that was going to be the best game in 47 years of that DVOA's tracked in terms of two quality teams going up against each other. What a treat that was, especially in contrast with what we saw in the AFC Championship, where I don't know if I've seen a more like sophomoric toss for an interception to end a game in the championship than that. But I mean, as someone who loves football, you had to enjoy watching that game.
It was incredible. Because I think obviously coming off of one of the worst games that Sean McVay has called in a while in the Bears game, like he just was clearly sputtering at a lot of their cover zero stuff. And so for me, it was like, okay, how's he going to respond? Because he's never really had issues against McDonald. Obviously in the first game, they slowed down a little bit with their first few drives. Like they were obviously able to drive. But I thought what was so fascinating about this game is a lot of what worked well for the Rams was stuff they don't do a lot. Like they got a couple of draw plays to pop, which is not necessarily like a huge thing for them. They got into a little bit of pistol, which is something they had abandoned for a while, like just not super huge for them. Almost their entire passing offense, it felt like, was just like, we're going to overload one side, throw all these ISO routes on the backside to Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and stuff, which like they'll do, but had not necessarily been the core of the offense this year. And so it was a lot of just like stuff they don't do a ton. And then like 8 just unbelievable throws from Stafford.
Oh my
God. Like Stafford or McVay called a fine game, but Stafford was the engine for that game being even sort of close.
Well, one of the things that I'm curious your take on that's related to this game is heading into that game. I think you and I may have even talked about this. Like everyone's like, okay, Stafford and McVay have not been good in the playoffs so far. The offense is struggling. Devontae hasn't looked like himself. Puka hasn't been like himself. What's going on? And the Seahawks are rolling. I'm like, I don't buy it for a second. I don't buy it for a second. And sure enough, Matt Stafford, as to your point, I mean, some of the throws, seeing those in person, I was like, I talked to Robert about this. The over to Terrence Ferguson with Josh Jobe on him. Oh. I was like, and when he let go of it, I'm like, Jobe is in position. His head's turned. He sees it. This is a pick, and it's like a fingertip off.
It's one of those throws that, like, when he makes it, you can't even be mad. You're just like, he's just going to do that sometimes.
Flummoxed is the word. I was like, how? And they were so good in that game, and they still lost. My point is, now you've got the situation with Drake May, who is likely the runner-up for MVP and certainly been head-to-head in that conversation. Amazing during the regular season. He has struggled, and some people talk weather. I will say the Broncos game, I think it's a little too much of the weather. That was one quarter. It was dry. Like there was no snow on the ground until the fourth quarter.
Right. The first half was cold, but it wasn't like
it was perfectly normal playoff football
exactly.
weather. And even against the Texans, like I don't know that I thought it was the weather that was causing that as much as a really good Texans defense. So you look at Drake May, 5 sacks each time. He's fumbled like 5 times. He just hasn't quite looked the same. Is it the same situation as like, throw that all out? They're gonna be great and ready to play in this game.
No, I don't think so. Like I do think the thing that can sink the Patriots offense is like if you can just get after them, get after the quarterback. And I do think like May sees the blitz really well, and I think he'll generally replace it. But like the Seahawks aren't a super high blitz team. Like they'll throw some simulateds and stuff, but they really just want to rush with 4. And I do think too, like the Patriots offensive line in general is not great, but I do think that they have like a particularly bad matchup with Will Campbell. Like Will Campbell, I think like great feet, great technician, all that stuff. Shorter arms, which is the thing that we all said about him coming out of the draft. And like the Seahawks have built an entire front out of guys who have long arms. You got DeMarcus Lawrence, Uchenna Nwosu. Obviously they'll put Leonard Williams on the edge sometimes, and he's pretty long. Like they've just got a lot of guys that are going to get to specifically May's blind side, which is where a lot of those strip sacks have come from. Like when he sees things, he actually does a good job of protecting the football, like holding on to it or not throwing picks, whatever it is. But there's just sometimes he hangs on to it in the pocket, and he's a little bit numb to pressure in a bad way sometimes, and he'll take some of those. And I expect the Seahawks to get him down like at least 3 times, I would imagine.
I think 2 guys that not as many people are going to focus on this week, because the guys that you mentioned, maybe save Uchenna Nwosu, Leonard Williams, DeMarcus Lawrence, they're going to get a lot of attention, as well deserved, right? Byron Murphy probably as well. Derek Hall and Boye Mafe. So I I really like this matchup for those two guys in a way I haven't liked the matchup for them at other times this season. And like Hall is the power rusher, Mafe is the bendy speed guy. Which of those do you think has a better matchup going against the Patriots?
I would probably say Hall again, like especially against Will Campbell. I do think if they can get Mafe on the other side against Morgan Moses, that's actually probably a better matchup for him. That's probably the best way to deploy those two. But I do think it's like a pretty good matchup for Hall. And I even think if they want to use Hall a little bit more as like a spinner, which like they'll do that with DeMarcus Lawrence sometimes too, use him to attack the guards. I think you can do that. Like I like Jared Wilson, their rookie left guard. He's a little bit lighter. Garrett Bradbury, like I know they brought him in to be like a veteran center and stuff, but you can still bully him and move him around. And so I just think a lot of the power guys that the Seahawks have, it's a really, really good matchup for them because I do think the Patriots, I think mentally they actually pick up stuff pretty well. It's just that from a player perspective, you got a lot of young guys and you've got a lot of guys who the left guard and the left tackle are young, and then center to right guard, other than like Michael Nwanu at times, is just like guys who are below, your kind of average starting level.
So I'm getting this sense you feel like there's a pretty big advantage for the Seahawks, at least on the defensive side of the ball. What if you're looking from the Patriots' perspective, where do you think they have some advantages when they have the football?
When the Patriots have the
football? When the Patriots have the football.
So one thing that the Seahawks defense will, quote, give up is they'll give up targets to the running back. And that's that's not necessarily a product of them having like a scheme deficiency. That's just they cover so well 10 and beyond that like teams are just like, well, I guess we have to throw to the running back. But their running backs are really good ball carriers and ball handlers. Like Ramondre Stevenson, I think, has been really good whenever he's not putting the ball on the ground. And then Travion Henderson is probably the Patriots' best chance to, like, if a guy breaks that one play that goes for 50, 60 and immediately puts them in scoring range or just gets into the end zone, it probably is Travion Henderson maybe catching a pass out in the flats. He makes Drake Thomas miss and he goes. Like, I do think that, like, that is probably their advantage. And then the other one I would say in the passing game, I think it's going to be hard to scheme up a whole lot against the Seahawks. Obviously, they're the best coach defense in the league, got a lot of really good guys. But the 5 or 6 instances they can get like vertical stuff against Josh Jobe with probably Kayshon Boutte, I do think that like if the Patriots hit on 3 of those instead of just 1, that's a pretty good avenue for them to like move the ball.
Yeah, Travion Henderson's a fascinating study to me in that just an outstanding player, super talented, but his pass protection is so bad that I think that played a role in why he only played 4 snaps against the Broncos. And Ramondre Stevenson is an excellent pass protector. He's also a very good back, but he's very different. And like, do you feel like the Patriots have to find a way for Travion Henderson to be part of the game plan, to be explosive enough on offense, or do you think that's too risky given what he gives up in the pass game?
It probably will be a little bit risky in the passing game because I know that the Seahawks are generally not the most blitz heavy team, but they will do it when they want to. And I think specifically on 3rd down, like they will cover zero some teams, and that's where you really need your back to shine. And so I do think in those instances it'll be scary, but I don't think we chip away at the Seahawks defense like style of approach is really going to be enough. They're a very suffocating defense. You've got to generate explosives. And I think outside of a couple 50-50 balls to maybe Kayshon Boutte, I don't think generating that down the field is going to be a very good avenue for the Patriots. They've got to be able to find like 10, 15, 20-yard chunks by flipping it out in the flat or running some outside zone, or, maybe he just like takes a counter play and like pops it out the front door, whatever it is. I do think you need probably a couple explosives from Henderson.
All right, Derrik, I didn't finalize how long you could say. Do you have a few more minutes?
Of course.
All right. So we're talking Derrik Klassen of the Athletic Football Show, and we got to flip sides. We got to talk about when the Seahawks have the ball. And your handle has been QB class for a while. QB is your favorite thing to study. Sam Darnold is going to get, there's all sorts of conversation. And I have to say, it is so nice that I think the whole lead up to this game is the story of how he has overcome. And it's not that he had another 3 turnover game against the Rams and he's going to, like, there's still going to be that. But is there a quarterback narrative storyline that you've seen that approaches what's happened with Sam Darnold? I mean, we saw it in Seattle with Geno Smith, but not necessarily to this degree where he's playing in a Super Bowl and beating Matt Stafford for a chance to play for the ultimate prize.
Well, I think too, it's the fact that like if this had been his first year of reclaiming a thing, like that would still be cool. But the fact that he had that last year in Minnesota and like won 14 games, had a really good run with them. Obviously, it ended as poorly as it could have. But for him to have that where it was like some proof of concept of like, okay, maybe he's a guy, but we still don't believe. Like, come on, he's Sam Darnold. It was just 1 year. For him to then go to what is the Seahawks offense is good, but it's a worse situation than it was in Minnesota. Like Minnesota was objectively a better spot. You have Justin Jefferson and the offensive line, I think at the time was a little bit better. Like it was a better spot somehow than what the Seahawks have. And then he proved this year, like he can still be good enough and he can be the guy. And there's still some of the Sam Darnold bad in him. Like I think the longer he holds the football and really has to go like to 3, 4, 5 in his progression, you can get some bad stuff. If you do some weird stuff where you're dropping out guys off the line of scrimmage, you can get him every now and then. His decision making once he gets outside of the pocket can be a little bit iffy, but I do think that his throws when he's just like under 3 seconds, ball is out 1-2, like the arm talent really shines. And I do think that Clint Kubiak has not only schemed stuff up well for him, but you can just tell the confidence that he's playing with in a way that, and I think that that's been building. He had some of that with KOC last year in the limited action he got with San Francisco. I think he had some of that, but that was just not how he played in with Carolina or New York or any of those spots. And so I do think there is something here that is very like he can sustain this for a long time. And so you'll still get some lows, but like the highs are worth it.
I think when we talked before the season, it wasn't just you, it was a number of folks. And we were asking about Clint Kubiak when he was hired. And he'd had the first 2 games in New Orleans that got everyone like, whoa, what's going on in New Orleans? And then injuries. And it's like, okay, the general take was he kind of runs the 2017 Shanahan offense. There's not a lot of innovation here. It's good. He's a fine play caller. I'm curious, like, obviously he's had a season that's gotten him a head coaching job, but what's your perspective on him as a play caller now versus when the season started?
I do think structurally it's a lot of kind of just playing the Shanahan hits, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like a lot of the best offenses are that, like, or some offshoot of that. I mean, the Matt LaFleur offense, I think, is a little bit more vertical and a little bit more gun than that sort of thing, but it's still a lot of the same principles that a lot of these guys are playing with. I think what really sold me a little bit on Kubiak this year was, and Robert and I talked about this, did they play the Cardinals in like week 5 or 6 on a Thursday night? Yeah, yes. It was that. Yep. And he just had a couple of moments where it was like he was, they would have a negative play and he called something that got them back on track, or just all these like little.
The Barner wheel route touchdown. I remember that got
just
your attention.
Like some of these nuances of play calling. And I actually did a video on the Seahawks offense this past week. I think it came out on Saturday. Yep. And the first thing I talked about was they hit the 51-yarder to Rashid Shaheed down the right sideline to Darius Williams. And I was like, okay, cool play. That was like third down. You get an explosive. And I thought the sharp thing to do as a play caller was they called an under center called run where they sprinted up to the line of scrimmage. And so everybody's thinking like, okay, we're going to run here. We're going to run into this 2 tight end side. But they had JSN on the backside against Darius Williams with this little smoke alert. And it was like, okay, is he ready to tackle right now? Probably not. And so just the little things of like, we're going to tag a screen on this and let him see if we can throw this ball out to our best player, make their player who just gave up an explosive go tackle. It's just him having those little feels for moments rather than just having like the structure of it. That I do think has been pretty impressive.
I loved that call out from you, because I think basically the superficial view outside of Seattle and even someone inside of Seattle is, you talk a little bit about Clint Kubiak, you talk about Sam Darnold, pretty much you talk about JSN. That's kind of like as much as people get into. But the Seahawks had them in a rocking chair in that game, where they would be able to stretch them deep and get stress there. Cornerbacks couldn't necessarily play up, and then they would hit these smoke screens and get 10, 12, 15 yards out of that. And there's this other aspect that's been going on for the Seahawks where it used to be this explosive passing team under center early down, and now they are like an explosive rushing team that can also do that, and they become a better screen team, and they figured out finally the beginning part of the year, they could not convert. If you got them behind the sticks, 3rd and 7+, like whatever, they were done. Now they're one of the better teams in the NFL in converting 2nd and 3rd and 11, like 10+. So there's all these aspects that have gone on to evolve this offense. And I have to think Clint Kubiak, has one of the things I give him credit for is the self-scouting and the development over the course of the full year.
100%, like that's exactly what you want from your play call, especially a guy who's now going to be your head coach. Like that's such an important part of being a head coach. Like I remember Robert and I talked about that with Liam Cohen this year. Like there's going to be a point in everyone's season where something starts to go wrong for you. The ball starts to go the other way, and you have to find how you're going to get out of that. And like, what is our next evolution going to be? And the fact that Clint Kubiak so seamlessly was able to make that transition where, truthfully, Sam Darnold wasn't playing as well like the last 6 weeks of the season. The fact that they kind of still found ways to make the offense work, I think was really impressive. And I thought even early in the season when the offense was doing like 3 things exceptionally well, and that was enough, but you could tell they were still pigeonholed in some ways. I think one of the most impressive things to me was that whenever they got into like 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, and they weren't a very good rushing team at the time, their empty package was so good. It was like, this is our way to be able to convert these downs, whereas most teams want to be able to run on like a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, and we'll get into 4th and 1 if that worst case scenario. Seahawks didn't have that, and they had a good answer for it. I think it was just little things like that of understanding what are we bad at, why are we bad at it, how do we put a Band-Aid on this and find new answers. It's been impressive.
I have kind of made a commitment that we're going to try to keep the conversation mostly about this game and not look forward too much. But I have to ask you, because we know Clint Kubiak is going to be moving on, and they are going to be looking for a new play caller. And I had a long conversation with Justin Outen last night, who I think is a decent possibility of who might take over. There's also Jake Peets that's on the squad, but there's external candidates as well. And Arthur Smith doesn't excite me that much, but there seems to be some connection there. There's Greg Roman, who was in Baltimore. Doesn't excite me that much, but there's some connection with Mike McDonald there. Is there anyone that like strikes you as like, this would be what you would do if you were going to try to keep this train on the tracks?
I would want it to be a similar style of offense. So like Greg Roman to me is off the board. And also Greg Roman's only ever really been good with mobile quarterbacks, and like Sam can boot and stuff like that, but he's not going to run 7 times a game. That's just not really what he does. I actually kind of like the idea of Arthur Smith in terms of like trying to keep it along this bucket. Obviously, I think he would probably stress the run game and really want that to be more part of it. Whereas I think Kubiak this year did a better job of understanding like how the structure of the offense could change and not necessarily have to be so tied to that. But I think if you're trying to keep the train on the tracks, find a guy who's done it before, which I think when you have a lot of other younger guys on the staff who have not necessarily done it before, that can be scary. Like, Kubiak hadn't been great at any of his other stops, but the fact that both in Minnesota and with New Orleans, he had gotten chances to like be the offensive coordinator, that helps a little bit. You at least know when stuff starts to go wrong, or this is what I did poorly last time, here's how I can fix it. I do think Arthur Smith having a little bit of that, I think could help. And like, the Steelers offense wasn't sexy this year, but given all the limitations, I actually thought he called it fairly well. And so I would actually be relatively excited.
What's your biggest sales pitch for Arthur Smith?
I just think that he's always done a good job of making his offenses kind of unique and frustrating to deal with. And I think sometimes in previous stops, especially in Atlanta, he's probably gone a little bit too far into that and kind of like delved too far into the rabbit hole of like, how unique and weird can I make this? But I do think like a lot of what Pittsburgh was able to do, realizing that like, hey, our best players are our tight ends, we're just going to lean into this. And I thought that they found some really creative answers, both in the run game and in the passing game. I think he ties his stuff together really well. I think that was true even when he was with Tennessee and like really started to get his first pop. And I think that was even true with Atlanta. It's just the quarterbacks were never really good enough, and I think he had some limitations there. And so I think Arthur Smith is maybe not like the sexy superstar play caller that maybe when he first came out of Tennessee, people thought that he could be, but he to me is like a B to B minus level play caller. And I think when you're coming hot off of a Super Bowl and for as good as Clint Kubiak has been, it's like, that's a good spot to land given all the other candidates are pretty much off the board at that point.
All right. Last thing. Where do you think this game, how do you think this game unfolds on Sunday?
Not to like, put some bad juju out in the air, but I really think the Seahawks just like smack them. Like I think it's more likely that the Seahawks run away with this game by like multiple scores than it is that the Patriots even win. Like the Patriots are a really cool story. Obviously Drake May is awesome. I think their defense is better than people realize. And I think if they give Seattle a little bit of a game there, especially with as much man coverage as they play, maybe Kubiak won't be able to manipulate zone the way that he has. They could give him a little trouble there, but I feel like the Patriots offense is so outgunned against this defense that I do think the Seahawks take this one.
All right. Well, you made a lot of Seahawks fans uncomfortable with that take, Derrik.
It worked for me last week. I said they'd win last week.
It's true. It's true. I won't ask you what's coming up on the Athletic Football Show because Robert already ran it all down. It's going to be great. I will certainly be listening to it. I appreciate your time as always.
Thank you so
enjoy
much.
the week.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll see you
All
around.
right. Derrik Klassen of the Athletic Football Show. What a great guy, great conversation, great insights. We'll be welcoming in Matt Harmon of Yahoo Sports and Reception Perception in just about 15 minutes, unless he comes over earlier, whatever he chooses. And if you haven't given the show a like and click subscribe, now's a great time to do it. We are coming in on 3.5 hours. We're going to be finishing up after we talk to Matt. I have to talk to my son for a second. He is stuck on the trade, so I'm trying to help him out. Sorry, folks. I think there are some super chats. I want to get to those. Let's go over to Tonius. Says greetings from northern Germany. Well, hello. Says keep up the good work. I think is how you read. We are going to win this thing. I already bought a bottle of champagne. Go Hawks. I have to admit, I feel like the Seahawks are the better team. I don't feel that way. I believe that they are the better team. And now it's a matter of, like, do they prove it? I don't think it's 100% chance. I don't think it's even a 90% chance. I think it's probably in like the 60 to 70% range. So we just have to see and hope that the team pulls it off. But I'm not going to sit here and just say I'm confident that the Seahawks are going to win by multiple scores the way Robert did. But I'm glad that he feels that way. All right. Some other Venmo super chats. We've got Venmo.com/Brian-Nemhauser. Watching people walk around with wings. It's a great from Wingman. It's actually pretty funny. There's a bounty booth, and they are with paper towels, and they're walking around with wings and dip, and they're basically trying to get people hands dirty, so they have to use bounty paper towels to wipe their hands. It's a good deal, and they just got a little free advertising from me for that. So pretty funny stuff. So other super chats we've got. Joey Hamilton says the irony of national media playing up the Minnesota shouldn't have let Sam go storyline all week after trashing Seattle for signing him in the offseason is too rich, and it's why so many of us have turned to level-headed, informed coverage like HB. Well, that is very nice of you, Joey. Appreciate you for that. We got from Zachary donation for Rob and Jeff's beer and food fund. That is super nice of you as well. So thanks to everybody for contributing there. Appreciate you. And we'll see if we can get Matt Harmon over here in just a moment. I'm seeing such a large contingent around his area. I'm wondering if he is going to have to reschedule. We'll find out shortly. Hold on for just a second. Let me square a few things up. I'll be right back. You guys hang out, and we'll be back in a second. Maybe I'll play a little bit of music for you if you don't mind. If you don't like it, let me know. Here we go with. I think I've got a way to do this. A little bit of music. Hello, everybody. Back with you, Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, hawkblogger.com. And we've got our next guest walking over here. He's running his fastest 40. And this guy knows a thing about 40s. Not only does he cover guys that run that quickly, but I'm telling you, I don't know if the camera's doing him justice. He walks around, he fits in with all these other football players, man. He's been pumping some iron as a guy that loves to get in the gym himself. I appreciate the work you put in. Matt, good to see you, dude. Yahoo Sports, Reception Perception. It's been a little while since we had a chance to talk. You're a busy man here.
Yeah, well, it's good to be busy. And just for the record here, I think if I actually did run my fastest 40, there's no question that I would have torn the hamstring right off the bone. So I hustled over here, but maybe not the fastest possible time.
You know, what has been your favorite conversation you've had so far?
This one.
Oh, come on now.
It's about to be this one. It's about to be this one, no doubt.
No, I'm sure you talked to a bunch of folks. Like, I'm going to be getting up here and walking around in a bit. I was talking about Sam Monson before about that. There's a lot of folks that just kind of talk about, I don't know. Everyone's got their own thing.
Everyone's got their own lane.
Yeah. But I love when there's people that are actually either telling unique stories or have a unique insight. And I'm curious if you've run into anybody so far, either on show or just having a conversation in the hall that stuck out to you.
I actually did a very interesting radio appearance. I think it was like ESPN Wichita. So they're a Chiefs-based station. And the conversation that, sometimes you go on these shows and you're like, I wonder how rosy their outlook is on a team, right? Specifically with the Chiefs about hiring Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator again, because I've been talking about this with Nate on Football 301. Like their attempt to gaslight me about the Matt Nagy thing has been driving me crazy. It's like, yo, you saw fired Matt Nagy. Like, just shoot me straight on this. Don't BS me that. He was going to get a head coaching job, so we had to bring Eric back. So he was going to get a play calling offensive coordinator job, which he did finally here on freaking February 2nd. That was announced. Like, you fired the guy. Like, just tell me you fired him. It's fine. But I was curious just about like how, again, rose-colored glasses they were about bringing Bieniemy back. I think there's some clear skepticism from a lot of people associated with Kansas City about, are we just staying too insular here? Like, this was an opportunity to maybe go outside of the tree, and they just went back to what they're familiar with. I thought that was interesting, again, just to find out what they were bought into, because I'm skeptical about that as well. I think that was a moment for Kansas City to, again, maybe get outside of what they've always known. And again, they just kind of went back to something familiar. And I get it from their perspective. Like, Bieniemy's going to bring more accountability than Matt Nagy, and probably even Andy Reid does, from just like a tempo and a leadership perspective and like an aggressive personality perspective. But again, schematically, I would have liked to see them kind of go outside of their own tree. Yeah, it's interesting you bring up the Chiefs, because nothing's a nightmare for the NFL. By the way, can I just say real quick, like, how annoying is it that I'm talking about the damn Chiefs at the Super Bowl? No, they're finally not in. No, that's exactly where I was going to go. I think I was going to say, like, I don't think anything's a nightmare for the NFL, because it's just a juggernaut, and you look around here, like, there's plenty going on. But it's that's the word that comes to mind when you have no Lamar Jackson, no Patrick Mahomes. You've got Josh Allen, gets eliminated. It is kind of like the anti-quarterback. Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it. Say why. I love it. And I've been saying this on 301 that I was rooting for like the post-quarterback Super Bowl, because I'm just so freaking tired of just talking about quarterbacks. And, it's not going to be a good Super Bowl if like Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson. Like, no way. These are two really interesting, fascinating teams that we ultimately ended up getting here. And even if it had been Denver instead of New England, I do actually think Denver was the better team. I think if they had their quarterback not break his ankle, or whatever, I think they're probably in this game here. Even that would have been, that's a really interesting, to me, captivating team and a very fascinating team. It's just not the marquee quarterback. I don't care. This is not basketball. This is not NBA. Like, we're talking about 11 guys all moving as one on both sides of the ball. And I think Seattle, especially defensively, really represents that. That's why we love this game. Not just give me the name and personality that everyone knows. It's been driving me crazy all postseason. Well, one of the things I've talked to the audience about this all year and all offseason. There's a fair amount of receipts that have been kept about all the takes that were given this offseason. And I was, I showed clips from you where you were like, I don't know why people think that Jackson Smith and Jigba can't play outside. Yeah. This guy wins. Like, all the numbers show me that he can win everywhere.
You had some concern about Cooper Kupp that I think were justified. Like, this guy doesn't look like he's quite the same player. But there's another guy that I'm eager to talk to you about that we were like, the Seahawks drafted him in the 5th round.
Oh, yeah.
I doubt anybody else is going to ask you about him.
I know.
But Torrey Horton,
that's why I'm here.
That's why you're here. Torrey Horton is a guy that, it felt like this guy had 2nd-round talent.
Yeah.
He had the injury. He goes in the 5th round, and he ended up having another injury, and he's going to be fine for next year. He had a fantastic first year with this team.
Yeah.
I'm curious what he was for you before you saw him in the NFL, and then what you saw of him in the league.
Yeah, as you know, I really liked him as a prospect, and I did view him as an early 2nd-round talent, not a 5th-round talent, that they got an absolute steal. And I know that there were injury concerns, and I mean, I think we can say injuries have already reared their head here for Torrey Horton. So maybe that is just a long-term thing that he never realized that potential. But from a talent perspective, yeah, he was everything I thought he'd be as a rookie, fairly ahead of schedule, man. I mean, even if I really liked him as a player, he was one of these guys that came from a lower level, Colorado State, only lined up on one side of the field as a prospect. That has historically been an indicator for me as like a little bit of a red flag, or at very least like there's going to be a developmental curve here. He wasn't putting up monster numbers right away, but he looked like he belonged. He was absolutely what you'd want that 3rd receiver to be for this team, which is, Cooper Kupp is going to have his role. It's a much more limited menu than it was previously for Kupp, but he's going to have that role as the 2nd receiver. So you need somebody there to lift the lid, and you need somebody to win against man coverage as a perimeter guy, which is what Torrey Horton was doing. And God, I'll just never get over the just ping pong sort of like volatile feeling it was to have his breakout game against Washington.
Oh my God.
Boom, season's over. So
yeah,
that was tough. And I do wonder, and I'm curious about your perspective on this. One, like, do you think they even make the Shaheed trade if Horton doesn't get injured? And it wasn't just like, 4 weeks. Like, no, he was done. The other thing I'm curious is, like, I would love to know what they think about Torrey Horton, because that is a guy from like a dynasty perspective in fantasy. I'd be willing to be like all in on that guy as a potential sleeper, a steal, maybe in the Jalen Coker variety. Another guy I really like that you're gonna have to kind of wait for it to pay off, but he could be like a true number 2. I really wonder if they view, like, they saw enough from Torrey Horton to say, like, all right, we're good at receiver going into this offseason. I'd be super curious about that.
I'll fill in some gaps for you there. So having watched every single snap of him during OTA, rookie minicamp, OTAs, minicamp, training camp, all that stuff, he was transcendence, probably a little bit of hyperbole, but
relative to 5th round
for a first year, for a rookie player going against this defense, the amount of times that he made plays,
I love it.
Really stood out. And I talked to him a number of times. One of the things that really got my attention, and I am nowhere near the receiver connoisseur that you are, but he would sit down in zones and like he would throttle down and make himself available, and he would make plays in those situations that I don't see a lot of veteran receivers do. Like, they just rifle right through. And we talked about that. That's something that he does pride himself on. He's smart, he's talented, he's shifty. And then, you also saw as a punt returner, I was like, do not put him in return. Like, he's like, I don't want this guy to get hurt from returns. But he was dynamic in that regard. He makes people miss. So very, very promising there. And then they made that trade before they knew that he was injured. So he came out of the Commanders game, clean bill of health, other than he had this like a little bit of a nagging shin injury, and they didn't know what it was. They did some additional imaging. We still don't know what the actual diagnosis is. But he's fine now, and he actually might have been able to play in the Super Bowl if they hadn't had to use their final activation last week. So
interesting.
Yeah, I think I've talked to John Schneider about him. They are over the moon about him going into next year. But this brings me to a question for you. So they make the trade for Rashid Shaheed, which almost comically, people are like, a 4th and a 5th. That's pretty costly, like, trade you just made. I'm like, have you looked at this draft?
Yeah, right.
And so when they make that move, first of all, what's your take on how that's worked out? Because a lot of people are like, hey, he's not been involved enough. And 2, when you look ahead past this season, which no one wants to really do right now, but I want to hear your
We
thoughts.
got one big thing
we
to focus on.
We got a little bit of a to-do first. But like, do you think that it should be a priority for the Seahawks to try to bring back Rashid Shaheed? How would you play that?
I think it's going to be tough for them to bring him back because just if he gets the open market, I do think a team is going to really value him. In fact, maybe the team that's about to take your offensive coordinator might be really interested in bringing Rashid Shaheed along with him for a third stop there. I do think the trade, though, has been successful. Like, yeah, especially like doing the fantasy show. When that trade happens, it's like, all right, how many snaps is he going to play? They don't play a lot of 11 personnel. Like, they play all these heavy condensed sets to really get you in your base defense and then throw the football down the field to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Everybody in the damn stadium knows where the football's going, and he still gets open anyways, and Sam Darnold finds him. But how often is he actually going to be on the field? That really hasn't been like he's been on the field a ton, or he hasn't been super involved in the offense from a production perspective on a consistent basis. But one, he's been huge on special teams, which has been great. The other thing is, though, it's funny when people that aren't watching the Seahawks finally tune into them in the NFC Championship game and they see JSN just wide ass open all games. Like, how does this happen? It's like, well, number one, he's awesome. Number two, the coordinator is awesome. Number three, when you go back and actually watch it on tape, there's a lot of times where Rashid Shaheed's speed is clearing out a ton of space for JSN, and that alone is worth the 4th or 5th round pick. Even if he's not the one getting the ball, he's opening things up for JSN. So for me, I think the trade was great. Totally fine. Who cares about a 4th or 5th round pick? You're in the Super Bowl right now. I do think in terms of retaining his services, I think you definitely want to try. I do think it will just be tough because receiver, it's like, okay, we're looking at it right now. Well, George Pickens, Alec Pierce, are those guys actually going to get to the market? Like, Shaheed might be the best available free agent if he does indeed get to the market.
It's interesting. He, unprompted, his first press conference in Seattle says, I'm going to be here long term. Yeah. And he's had opportunity to walk that back, and he has not walked it back. Now, his offensive coordinator was not moving, so maybe that's a factor, but
could be.
We'll find out there. You talked about last time we talked. I think MVS was the sacrificial X.
The sacrificial X didn't need him.
Did not go that direction, and so
I think that's probably because Torrey Horton was so good.
Yes,
right.
Yes, and so a question I have for you there is, you look at the way that the Seahawks passing game is structured. And you look at a guy like Cooper Kupp, and you look at a guy even like Jake Bobo, who I don't know that Cooper Kupp's done anything to change your mind about where he is as a receiver this year. I'm curious to hear the answer to that. But their contributions in the run game for an offense that ended up being the second highest scoring offense in the league, and the run game ended up really emerging toward the end. How do you evaluate that aspect of a receiver? Like, it's becoming a pretty important part of being a receiver.
It's huge. It's critical. Like, at this point, you need to have that if you're going to be a guy that, like, we talk about how cool it is that you're moving around the formation and you're playing all 3 different positions. You're playing as a condensed player closer to the offensive line. Well, if you can't dig it out in the run game, you can't do that. You're a liability. Like, you don't get to do all the cool, fun, big slot stuff if you don't also dig it out in the run game. And that's like Cooper Kupp was the kind of, I would say, not the first power slot, but a guy that was drafted as a player who mostly played on the perimeter as a collegiate player, did play some slot as well. It was like, okay, now we're going to kick him in. We're going to use his size as an interior player. A big part of that is because he was willing and able to fit in as a blocker. And that was the thing that I thought he would bring to this team, even if he was not the impact receiver that he once was. And yeah, from a receiver standpoint, he was kind of about what I expected this year. More impactful against zone coverage, better on like quick hitting routes and help move the chains. But is he like a true number 2 receiver at this point anymore from a statistical perspective or an impact perspective? Probably not. But when you have a number 1 who from a production standpoint is like a 1.5, he's like almost more, one receiver and then half of another, you can get away with having that there. I am really curious about going forward. Do they want more of a dynamic number 2, and are they willing to sacrifice a little bit of that blocking for more impact from that position? But there's always a trade-off there, and obviously from a schematic standpoint, we don't really know what they're going to look like next year because Kubiak's moving on.
I know you've got a lot of places to go, so I won't keep you much longer. A couple things. So yesterday I had Chris Sims on, and he had this take that there is no way Mike Vrabel is going to let Jackson Smith and Jigba beat him. He will take him out of the game. Brian Baldinger, who I had on a little bit later, is like, he was listening, and he's like, if we were all on together, I would have challenged Chris Sims on that take. I don't think you can take away JSN the way that they're moving around. What's your view on that?
Yeah, my thought is easier said than done. Yeah, and in today's game, this is what's changed so much about wide receiver play. than when I started doing this. My first year charting full league-wide data for reception perception was 2014. It is remarkable how much not just the league has changed, but what's really changed about being a number one wide receiver in today's game. Like you mentioned it, moving around the formation. Like if JSN was going to line up at X receiver on 90% of his snaps on Sunday, I'd be like, yeah, they could probably take him out of the game, or at least large chunks of the game. They could stick Carlton Davis on him and still hard double him at times. Stick Carlton Davis on him and hard double him, or just say, hey, Christian Gonzalez, you're going to follow him around when he's at the left receiver spot, right receiver spot, whatever. That's not what you do with a number one wideout in today's game. And I mean, the NFC Championship game was a perfect testament to that. So again, easier said than done. That's why it's harder than ever in today's game to take out number one receivers. Because when that guy was just an X receiver on every single snap, I remember a conversation I had at the Super Bowl. I think it was the Rams Bengals Super Bowl with Mike Evans about this, a guy that for the most of his career was playing just pure X receiver, did move around a little bit during the Brady years, but he was kind of, I was comparing his role to like Cooper Kupp's role. And that is like, it's when I'm static outside on the line, it's much easier to take that guy out and not break your defensive rules as opposed to doubling the slot receiver like a Cooper Kupp type. That doesn't mean that Kupp's production or impact is lesser. It's difficult for a defense. So my thought is easier said than done on that one.
All right, last couple here. I had this take, and Matt Hasselbeck had some different thoughts about it. But I'm curious. In this game, you talk about power slots, you talk about Cooper Kupp, you talk about Jake Bobo, and then in the slot, you've got Marcus Jones, all 5'8" of him. Is this a situation where there's an opportunity for the Seahawks to maybe have an advantage with a taller, strong Jake Bobo in the red zone and potentially looking at that from a run game? Is that something that could be a factor in this game?
Totally. I thought it was going to be a bigger factor when the Broncos played the Patriots last week. And obviously things were just so weird with that. Yeah. It's the weather, it's the Jarrett Stidham of it all. Yeah. But, they've got a lot of receivers with size that they use on the inside there for Denver. And I mean, Pat Bryant is another guy that just like Torrey Horton, is a little bit of like a rookie sleeper, but hasn't really been able to stay healthy. Even in that game, it's like, all right, he's having a couple moments, injured again. Yeah. And I thought that would be a bigger matchup there because, Marcus Jones is definitely a good player, but he's almost kind of like a nickel defender of old in a way where the old like slot corner, I was coming back to it because I grew up a Panthers fan. Unfortunately, I hate to say that out loud, but
hey, they made the playoffs this year, buddy.
Yeah, I couldn't care less now at this point. But they used to have a little slot corner, Captain Munnerlin. He was like, wore number 41, smaller guy, really good at just manning up with those small slot receivers back in the day. But that's not what the slot receivers are anymore. It's the big boys. It's the power slot. So I do think Seattle obviously is one of those that they're perfectly built modern defense wise to take away those positions, but I do think that could be a mismatch in Seattle's favor as opposed to New England there with the smaller nickel corner.
All right, last thing. I'll give you a dealer's choice.
Okay.
Either give us your opinion of what you would do at the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks after Clint Kubiak, or give us your read on this game, how you think this is going to play out.
I'm actually curious what you think they should do at the offensive coordinator position, because I've been looking through that staff like in the anticipation that they would lose Kubiak, and I don't really have a good answer there. So I'm going to pass on that one and say my read on this game is I still am picking Seattle, but I think it's going to be a little closer than people think. I think as much as Seattle 100% clearest mismatch in the game is their defensive line versus the Patriots offensive line, I think that clearly favors Seattle. I do also think, from an interior perspective, New England, Milton Williams has been cooking. I think they'll have an impact there. And I think that alone will be able to keep this game closer. But ultimately, I think Seattle is the better team. They're further along in their build than New England is. But still, I do think credit to both these teams. I've been saying it a ton. If you're a team out there, you're a fan of a team out there, and probably none of them are listening to or watching this because they're all Seahawks fans. But if you're a team out there where your team's you're struggling, and you're like a true rebuild, look at what the Patriots did pulling off a rebuild. If you're a team like that is kind of stuck in purgatory, you're kind of like a Tampa Bay fan, kind of a Pittsburgh fan, you're stuck in that little purgatory. Seattle was brave enough, had the stones to just say, hey, we're swiping the table clean and we're going in a different direction. And here they are in the Super Bowl. So I think both these teams got to feel pretty good they're here, but ultimately I think Seattle's a better team.
Yeah, and to give you an answer to your question there, I think the things that are really easy to predict about where they'll go offensive coordinator-wise, they're a wide zone team and they've built their offensive line like 100%. Grade Stable, Jalen Sundell. Like they're going to stick with that. They're not going to become a heavy duo team or someone that's going to run that. And I also think that they've got now a year under their belt of an offense that they feel good about. They've got Sam Darnold in an offense he feels good about. So I think you're talking under center. Like, I think you're going to be in the same
Stay in the
family.
same tree, yeah.
And I think I had a long conversation
Could
with
literally be in the same family. I mean, there's another Kubiak out there.
I know. Well, apparently,
I don't think Shanahan's eager to let him go,
Shanahan's
especially
not
if
gonna
you're
let
a
him go.
division rival.
Yeah, but I talked to Justin Outen for 15 minutes last night, and I think he's an interesting name to keep an eye on. Obviously, Jake Peetz is there as well. And those guys have had their hands pass game, run game, offensive line, running back room. That could be a direction that's at least a step, down the same path. But if not that, I mean, Arthur Smith's the name that's come up a bunch, and we'll find out from there. I'm not enamored with Arthur Smith, to be honest.
I'll tell you what, I think the fantasy football world as a whole breathed a collective sigh of relief when he was going to college football, be Ohio State's offensive coordinator. That'd be quite a yo-yo effect to see him back. I do think Arthur gets a little bit too much crap.
Okay.
From some of his,
help me out with that.
From some of his player deployment concerns that people have had. Because I do think from a structure perspective, like he's tried to do these things that we're talking about, being the meta of the NFL right now, where I think Seattle's a really good example of that, where it's these heavier formations and you're peppering a number one receiver on these in-breaking routes. I think he can do that. The problem is just, I think he hasn't really shown an ability to counterpunch, and how much of like that has to do with the quarterback situations that he's been saddled with. Because, I mean, you just look at Pittsburgh these last 2 years, he has definitely had to adjust a lot to two very specific veteran quarterbacks at the end of their career in Russell Wilson and, of course, Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, I mean, Arthur is one of those guys, like if he was hired as an offense coordinator, like, it's fine. It's fine. But, yeah, I like your idea better about, like, let's promote internally. Let's keep this thing going, especially because this is going to be very late in the process here towards mid-February where we make this decision.
All right, Matt, let people know what's coming up on Yahoo Sports and over at Reception Perception.
Yeah, all week we've got a ton of great stuff here at Yahoo. The fantasy forecast is live at 2 p.m. Pacific. Today, 2 p.m. Pacific is Football 301. Our big Super Bowl preview will also be going live 2 p.m. Pacific on Thursday there as well. So tons of great stuff on Yahoo. You can find the Yahoo Sports YouTube channel, Yahoo Fantasy YouTube channel will be going live. Get the, subscribe. You know how this is.
I do.
Subscribe, turn that little bell on.
Yeah, all
so
that
you know
stuff.
when we're going live. And then for Reception Perception, I'm starting draft prospects earlier than ever, so I've already started to take a look at that class. Very excited to be debuting some of those profiles here very soon.
Can't wait. I will see you in the gym.
Hey, no doubt, man.
It's good to see you again. Take care. And Matt Harmon, Reception Session and Yahoo Sports, man. Take care. And folks, that's going to do it for today. I'll be back with Seahawks Collective at 5:00 p.m. Pacific time, and we'll do that with Annabelle Hasselbeck and Mike Dugar and Rob Staten. There's a chance I might start another show if something amazing happens here, which is very possible, but we've already done over 4 hours today. And I think it's going to take some time for you all to make your way through all of this content. So let me get this edited up for you on patreon.com/hawkblogger, ad-free audio there for you, as well as up on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and all those places. And, yeah, we're gonna have fun today. I will keep you informed on all the cool things. And thanks everybody for tuning in. It's been great hanging out with you. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.